Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 553. Or holy cow, I just messed that up. 533. Oh, I love it when I mess things up. Tonight we have a good guest tonight. Smot Poker. How you doing, my friend? You want to tell us how you're doing? Of course, where they can find you.
Sure. I want to say I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, Eagle. Appreciate it. Shout out to everybody listening in the chat. You can find me on YouTube as Smot Poker. You can find me on Coco for Cannabis as Smot Poker. And you can find me on Instagram as Real Smot Poker. Smot Poker was taken there, so I had to improvise, and it's REAL, Real Smot Poker.
Man, I always forget about Coco for Cannabis. That is a nice community over there. They're a bunch of knowledgeable guys. I signed up, I think it was back September. Holy shit, September last year, I think. And hung out for a week or two and then somehow got sidetracked and lost a
Yeah.
bunch of good people, I guess.
You got a lot of irons in the fire. It's easy to do that, Eagle. That's like my home base over there. I always try to give a shout out to Dr. Coco. He's a friend of mine and really helped me. He's kind of a mentor, and I'll bring him up again later. He's got me into a few things here that, we're having fun with. So, yeah, I always try to shout out Doc Coco and our friends in chat over there. And without those guys, we wouldn't be where we are today. And know what we know, and shows like yours too that I get to swing by, but obviously not as often as I do there. So yeah, a lot of people sign up there, and then they like, you're a pretty busy person. It's hard to keep up, and so yeah, it's nice to give them a shout out and kind of direct people, especially if you're growing in cocoa. There's a lot of good articles. You can go over there, and there's the live chat if you want to get some help, or and it's not just for cocoa. There's everybody there: cocoa, DWC, rock wool. You got peat growers, and it's a lot of soil growers. So everybody's over there. They're talking breeding, and it's really evolved a lot since I first got on when it started, to a very rich source of knowledge. There's strain reviews. There's the grow light calculator, and I like to be a somewhat advocate of that site for the reasons I previously mentioned.
Oh hell yeah. That's where I did laid all my work in the early days was them type of forums. That's why when I had Dr. MJ on the show there and he was talking about Cocoa for Cannabis, the website there, uh I went over there and checked it out, and it made me feel uh we're very reminiscent of my beginning days. That's all we had back in the days were small forums like that, where you had a few that you could really count on and still, you know, uh, get some decent information. But back in the days, man, they were like you'd get to know some people, then that forum would get taken down. And if you were lucky enough, you might find them same people in another forum. But there's a lot of knowledge in them places, where you can pick people's brain one on one, all kinds of articles and stuff that's all stays posted. So, I greatly appreciate that. And I hope you do continue to shout them out and help that keep growing because we, it's a good platform. It really is.
It is.
And a bunch of knowledgeable folks over there. We need more of that, not just scrolling through pictures. We need more actual cannabis forums.
It's funny that you mentioned about the forums, different forums. Like growing cannabis is actually what brought me to the internet, because I'm not very good with the internet and technology. So trying to find out more is what really spurred me to come to the internet. And yeah, it's I kind of had a squirrel there, I guess. Is that what you guys call it when you lose your train of thought?
Yeah, yeah,
But yeah,
yes, sir. That's what we call it.
that's what it brought me to the internet. So we struggle trying to get things out there, and I know that we got a lot of bro science when we first got on the internet and didn't know much. And so I figured that could lead me to telling everybody that's listening, like, that's where I was going to go with this. Give them a little background on me and who the hell they're listening to. So I'm Smot Poker. I'm from Pennsylvania, which is an illegal state to grow in at the moment. So that's why I wear my mask in my videos and try not to get too detailed or comfortable with anybody, you know? So me and my wife, her name's Crispy Wannabe, we grow together, and we started growing separately. We both grew when we were younger, but only bullshitting, man. When I was a teenager and shit, I think we all did that, Eagle. We'd go down the cornfield, it's agriculture around here, and I remember throwing fish heads in holes and then planting the seed the same day because we didn't know any better. We heard about it, you know. And I remember getting fresh pig shit and chicken shit and just cooking them, man. And then when we did have something that was successful, it would just come to little tiny buds that we never let fully mature. And we were just, you know, we didn't have the internet then, man. And, you know, you went with just whatever. So we it never went anywhere. And then, you know, you get out of it, life happens. But back in 2016, her and I was messing around rolling a joint. We had a bag seed sitting there, and I popped it into the poinsettia plant, and 2 days later it sprouted. And I was like, check it out. And she goes, I bet you can't keep it going. And I was challenge accepted. So I said, we're going to get a little better this time than when we was kids. And because she has the same background, pretty much. She poked around as a young lady and grew some plants. And so since about 2016 there, we started going and started in soil. And we had some real issues with that. When we had some successes, we had some failures, and we never could tell what was wrong. So then that's when we really went to the internet, and we slowly switched over to Coco. Found Dr. Coco's site shortly after it opened up, and we've been running ever since, man.
Well, we're jumping ahead here.
Oh, okay.
Although I do want to hear all these parts of the story. You
Yeah.
got to start from the beginning. You got to
Oh,
start
man.
right from the beginning, good sir. When was that first time that you were introduced to cannabis?
Oh, man. Way back when I was a lowercase G, huh, Eagle? I would say, I think it would have been, I want to say it was this day, man. It's kind of a blur, but I think it was I was like 12 years old. I was going to my very first junior high, 7th grade dance. And a friend of mine, we was all walking to the school, and a friend of mine was like, hey, man, I got this joint off my older brother, and we tried it out. And honestly, I don't even think I got high, man. I think I was so scared, nervous, excited, whatever, that I don't even know if I got high. But I believe that was the very first time that I think I knew about it, but I don't think I'd tried to puff or anything before then. So yeah, that's a pretty good one. Can I ask you what yours is? Because I always find those to be quite interesting.
My first time?
Yeah,
Oh
man.
man, that I have been around cannabis my whole life. So I can remember it as far back as I can actually remember. My first time using it was right around 10. I had snuck some out of a garbage bag out of my dad's closet and grabbed some papers and tried my best to roll it while I was sharing with my little brother,
Oh,
which
man.
I guess that means if I'm 10, that means his first time was 8. Good, right?
Yeah.
So tried smoking it. I don't think he really tried too much to inhale. We both kind of laughed a little bit, hung out in the car. I had to threaten him, don't you tell dad, don't you tell dad. But yeah, it was, I want to think I got high. Obviously, I felt high. So it was quite some time after that before I did it. Yeah, I've always been around it. It's just been second nature.
See, I'll say that I think I pretty much stuck with it after that. Maybe not real heavy at the beginning, but I know it was like when we had a cabin in the woods that we built. We'd all meet up there, and everybody chip in, go get a dime bag, and smoke it out. And I think it was, ever since then, I've loved it, man. And the bad part is I've always, even now to this day, I can't enjoy it openly. It's something you have to hide, and you have to, it's the stigma that you almost feel, I don't want to say guilty, but you feel like a second class citizen. And that's the way we've been trained to feel, and I still like, I'm not big on dispensary, Eagle, but I'm a medical patient. I've had back surgery and a few things. So, when I leave the dispensary, I still find myself dipping through the alley like I did something wrong, or that I'm about to get pinched, and I'm thinking, shit, it's just, we're conditioned, right?
So it steamed on for you after your first use there?
Yeah, like I said, I think it was mostly in the weekends at first. And then once I hit like, ninth grade, 14, 15, I started smoking a lot, and that sounds a little bit bad, I guess, but at different times, like, I don't know. Yeah, we smoked a lot when I was in high school, man. It was, all the time, but you had to buy it. So you did the best you could, try to hustle and do your thing. But I've stayed to it pretty good ever since. I've had a few breaks here and there for jobs. I worked in the union for a while as a pipeliner, and I had to quit, and didn't, that wasn't cool. And then there's been times in my life where I've had to step back from it for one reason or another. But ever since then, man, I'm very passionate about it. Me and my wife, we love growing it. We love the effects of it. We love to share it with people free of charge, family members, and the camaraderie we feel in the community and being a part. I don't think I've ever been a part of something like I am in the cannabis community, and it's profoundly changed me. And I like these shows. It makes me want to come on here and try to learn more, and share what we know to people who might just be coming in, and avoid some pitfalls, buying shit you don't need, getting the wrong information from different people, and being humble enough to go back on something you once believed after the evidence is in your face, and things like that. So it's I love this shit, man. Like I said before the show, we can sit here and talk for an hour, no problem. I think sometimes I get to rambling, and I got to check myself.
So yeah, it's I'm glad to hear that you didn't quit. It kind of steamrolled for you. Oh, so I heard you mention earlier you guys threw the seed in there. Was that your first attempt at grow? It sounded like you both had tried earlier in
Yeah.
life. When was that first time for you?
I think the very first time that we tried, like I said before, I was young. I'd have been about 14 years old or something, and we're buying them dime bags, man. And you'd find seeds in those, and so we would be, curious young men like anyone else. Say, hey, let's stop buying it. If we grow our own, we could sell it, So we take those seeds down over the hill and plant them. And I remember one time a deer coming along and eating the top of the plant. We noticed how bushy it got, and I had never put anything together until later in life when someone was teaching me about training, and I'm thinking, oh shit, the deer like topped our plants for us, man, on that one, and yeah, we've planted some, and me and my old lady planted some outside a few years back, trying to be guerrilla growers, and no good, Eagle, no good at all. Where it was sunny at the time, ended up not being sunny later. I'm out there with a compass and a small flashlight trying to walk down the tracks, and it didn't work for us. The deer laid on them that time too, crushed half of them. So outside, man, we'd never had much luck, or and when we were younger, we didn't know much. We were just kind of had our attention span of a grasshopper. We just put them in the ground, come back to them, not really try to do much research, or didn't have much access to research. So, yeah, the growing thing did get away, but the smoking thing always stuck. So these plants here, you want me to tell you about these, or you got something else you want to go over first?
Well, we get to know you, man. We'll keep getting you, man. We'll get there. We'll get there,
Okay.
my friend. We'll get there. That's a beautiful plant. So it sounds like, were you guys Childhood sweetheart? Sounds like you guys have been together for a very long time.
No, we wasn't childhood sweethearts actually. Crispy and I met probably I think it was 2015 when we met, and so we was together for about a year before we started growing together. Um, but we lived in towns that were pretty close by, but no, we didn't know each other, man. Just so happened that we kind of had the same passion, stumbled upon it, again. And it's fun growing with her. She's a wonderful woman. She is very passionate about growing. She's smart. And we have so much fun together, Eagle. She's amazing. I couldn't do this without her, man. Without the support of her, she's the kind of wife that I might be eyeballing a new product like this Canatrol. It was quite expensive for me, the Cool Cure system, and so I was eyeballing the system and really contemplating, dropping that much money on it. And here she is just egging me along. She's like, "You didn't order it yet? Let's get it. We only live once. Let's buy it. Let's try it out. I'm tired of losing cures." So yeah, she's just as a big an advocate as I am, and uh, we enjoy growing together. We feed off each other, and I like to tell people if something goes wrong, Eagle, I just blame it on her. She did it.
That's funny. That's funny.
She's my big
It's
toe, man.
awesome.
She keeps me balanced.
It's awesome you got somebody to share and learn with. I think that's super cool to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's
So
fun.
being from red states, uh, it's most of us at some point it becomes we if we know it or not, it kind of becomes medical. I mean, we actually here in Michigan, where I was forced to get a medical license at one point to kind of get myself out of the black market and into, the safe zone, I guess you want to. Couldn't say it. But has it always been like a recreational use for you, or did you kind of at some point tie a medical value to cannabis and
Um,
not
you
know?
know, that's a good question. So I guess the way I would answer it is I, I've smoked recreational the whole like growing up. It was just for fun. Everything was for fun. Just I wanted to get high. So, but fast forward to now, Eagle. I realized that if you come home from work at night and you've had a long day, or if you're stressed out about something and you smoke a joint, that's mental health. You're helping yourself relax. So that's medicinal, even if you don't have a medical card and you're growing in your closet and using it. So I guess my answer is yes, it's very medicinal. And as I mentioned before, I had back surgery, and so years ago, I used to have a problem with painkillers. So I try to stay away from those. And that's not any secret. And I know there's a lot of people out there that can relate with that. So I to my own self, be true. And I try to stay away from that shit. So I used my hash, the coconut oil that I made. And when I had my back surgery, I'm happy to say we didn't take any painkillers from the doctor at all. Didn't even want to take the script out of the place with me. So I was able to do that. And it's something I've been proud of. So it's very medicinal. The growing part of it is medicinal. As we all know, that's not nothing new, but it never can be stated enough. I get some kind of vibe from these plants. Like, perfect thing we talked about earlier was if you open your tent and you can almost feel that something's wrong if there's a problem. It's like you're vibing with your plants, man. And I think that's a therapeutical thing of, just earning that pride of growing your own smoke, man, and watching them change and watching the stuff that I do to my plants, how it manipulates them. And what you get from that is it's immeasurable. I enjoy the shit out of this, and the learning aspect of it is too. I have some people tell me like, who cares? Who cares why how many what parts per million of this is in your thing? And I'm thinking it's not that I need that to be a better grower. It's just a curiosity. So uh, the smoking is therapeutical or therapeutic, I guess. And and medicinal, to go back to your question, pretty much all the time for me anymore. We're all trying to, feel good, escape pains, help to sleep. It seems like most of us. And so I think it's medicinal. It helps me relax, gets my mind off things when I'm heavy. I can come into if I'm having heavy shit on my mind, I come into the garden, Eagle. We all know how that goes. And spend some time with your plants and just maybe clean up and do stuff you've been meaning to do. And it really kind of resets my headspace sometimes.
Definitely. That's for me. It was definitely a medicine. It turned to be a medicine at one point, but it definitely became a medicine for me when I started cultivating. Exactly what you're talking about, going in, kind of losing yourself into the room, getting rid of a little bit of anxiety. I honestly, to this day, think it's the more beneficial side of cannabis, to be honest with you, for a patient, especially if it is their medicine, to be able to put something in the ground and see it all the way to is empowering in itself, even more so when it's your medicine and you're sitting there and ingesting it, and you have that feeling like you are healing yourself. That empowerment is very healing. So I actually think, that actually the cultivation side of it is some of the most impactful part of the medicine uh, in general.
Yeah, I often tell people, I think anymore I get just as much from smoking it as I do from growing it, as far as the value to my headspace and to just general well-being. So I think a lot of people out there relate to that. I think
So,
it looks like
all right,
it looks like you're blazing down a buckhorn. We call them buckhorns out here. So I'll smoke a buckhorn with you.
please do. I forgot to go over that part. Please do. This is a
Yeah.
cannabis show. I hope you're using a little bit anyway. What do you got in that thing?
This is caramelicious with a little bit of keef that's mixed from different grows. I got to be honest, man. This isn't. I'm not super excited about this joint. It isn't the greatest cure on this shit. It does get me high, but it's not a very enjoyable smoke like I want, Eagle, if I'm being honest. So uh, I'm getting low on stash, man. Well, we're pretty much out of the shit that's really good that cured well. And this is the summer smoke here that we had a little bit of curing problems. But yeah, hopefully everybody in the chat is burning down. I keep trying to look over at the chat. I hope they know that it's hard for me to talk and kind of keep my camera up there and look over at the computer and type. So if anybody's like talking to me in chat, I sure hope they know I'm not being a jerk. I tried to say hi once, but yeah, let's smoke up, everybody.
You've had lots of hellos, and as you
Cool.
speak, more and more. You've brought quite the crowd tonight, my friend. I'm glad to see you. Some of your people come and checked out the show this evening. Definitely a lot
Yeah,
of new names.
that's awesome. I put it out on Coco for Cannabis and on Instagram, and I was hoping some of my friends would come around and hang out, man. This is what it's about, is to get the word out there and be a collaborative community. I enjoy that. That's the whole part of this. And yeah, these guys in chat, I'm reading it. Way to go. That's awesome. Thanks a lot.
So rewind a little bit back there. I guess now we start to the seedling there.
Oh,
So
the seasoning. Yes. Excuse me. I
how far did the
apologize.
seedling make it?
Oh, dude,
Oh,
it made it, man. So it actually it turned to shit on us. So what happened is let me see if because we had quite a few failures there at the beginning, and I don't want to mix two grows up, but That one there, I believe those ones came out. There was two seeds actually. They came out. We put them in 5-gallon buckets. We got a small little blurple light off of a friend of ours who was growing. Um, I think he owed me money for an eighth of weed or something, and he gave me the light. We call it even because I wanted to see what I could do with these. So we ended up growing them, and they hermied bad, man. Like real quick, they've had hermies all over, male parts everywhere, and I didn't even know what was going on really. I'm like, damn, this isn't cool. The only time that we didn't know what to do. So that was like when we first got on the internet. We started looking around Google and trying to figure things out. And we found out it was the light leaks. We just had them in a closet, man. We didn't realize that we knew to have them on 12-12, but I didn't realize opening the door, the 1-inch gap at the bottom and everything was going to be a problem, you know? So we ended up just calling those plants. They were pretty bad. We never thought back then to like try to spray them, pluck the nanners and do all that shit. So we just got rid of those. And we tried again. I believe the next time we tried would have been possibly outside by a family member's house. We tried out back with some more seeds, and they grew up maybe a foot eagle, and then they just kind of sputtered out and died off. The leaves turned. I think pretty much looking back now, they was in a low spot, and I think it was just way too wet, killed the roots, you know. And then it got real shady there too as the leaves came in and shit. So that was kind of a bust. So then, as we were on it trying to get this information on the internet, we came across Autoflowers, man. Someone told us, look, if you can't have a big dedicated space that's sealed up or whatever, you can always grow an autoflower, throw it in a closet, do some minimal environmental controls, and you can, grow some of your own smoke. So that's what we did. We went ahead and got some autoflowers, and they worked great for us, man. We did them indoors in Fox Farm soil. We finally got a nice harvest. And, we'd been poking away now for what, a year with nothing. And we finally got this nice harvest of autoflowers. And that was it, man. I was hooked.
So you actually had a good experience with the autoflowers. I have not, my friend. I haven't gave them really too many tries. I've tried them twice, and both experiences were unpleasant for me.
Okay.
So, is that
See,
is that an
I hear that.
autoflower there?
No, these are photoperiod feminized dosey dos. But most of my experiences in autoflowers based on, me and my wife just recently bought this house, Eagle, actually a year ago. It'll be like 2 weeks. 2 weeks will be about a year since we've lived here. So we used to grow in an open room. We lived in a place that was a little more secluded. It was a rental. And if anybody goes back and looks at some of my past journals at Cocoa for Cannabis, or I have a YouTube walkthrough on my YouTube channel of our old grow room with autoflowers sitting in the middle. We ended up moving out of that closet, and came out right into the middle of the room, which again was my wife Crispy Wannabe's idea. She's like, we need more space. Let's just come out here where we're mixing and doing all of our prep work and shit. So I was like, let's do it. She pushed me into it. So we went ahead and moved out there, got ourselves a 1,000-watt single-ended high-pressure sodium, and we started growing autoflowers in the middle of a room, man. And we did that clear up until a year ago. So that's a good let's see, 18, 19, 20. We had, I like to say it's about 4 years of autoflowers there straight in a row, just running 4 or 5 different strains under that light. And a lot of that's documented over there at Cocoa for Cannabis for the last few years. And it's fun stuff growing them autos. They get huge, Eagle. They get huge, man. And one of my, how do I want to say this? Maybe this is the right word. One of my banes in life, one of my pet peeves is when I go around, and we've grown probably like, I don't know, however many autoflowers you can squeeze into a year for 4 years. And we got a lot of experience with them. And I see we made mistakes of like not potting up starting right in the final pot. And then when we did the difference, I noticed it. So then when I see other people really trying to push someone into not doing certain things on an autoflower, it's like, man, I can definitely improve, and I can definitely guarantee you that you can help yourself out by doing this. So one thing I felt was pigeonholed doing those autoflowers. I had people telling me, Smot, you're a one-trick pony. Smart. You just because you're growing autos, so what your word is pretty much null and void. And I said, you know what? I agree with that. I also like somebody who can say, I've done it. I know the book smarts, and I've seen it in my own eyes. So I felt if I want to have anything that I'm saying carry weight, I need to really get into these. So we switched over to these photo periods, and man, I'm excited. I saw a bunch of them lined up. We got some from the American one. I don't know if he's here tonight, but we got the American ones, Amy Aces. We got some Capulator Jungle Mac, and we are excited to get on these photo periods. We even did a clone, man. We topped one of these girls in front of you, and we cloned her, but she ended up dying because she got knocked over inside the tent. We didn't know. The suction of the tent came in and kind of knocked over the cup that I had it in, and it dried out. So, but yeah, that's our transition there from those autoflowers into these photo periods.
This American one is in chat there. So would you suggest a good breeder for some autoflowers? Who would you find success with?
I can tell you this, man. For all of the grows that you'll see for the last 4 years in our chat, or I'm sorry, in our journals, all I could say 95% of them, I believe, came from a company called marijuanaseedsnl.com, also known as msnl.com. And if you go to Cocoa for Cannabis and scroll down the bottom of the chat page, there's a link there for them that you can go to. But that's where we get all of our autoflowers. I'm currently in talks with them right now to get a affiliate code. They just updated their website. I sent the guy my email 2 days ago, and he's setting up an affiliate website so I can start getting the seeds in front of me. The seeds that I got my camera on also came from MSNL. So I'm trying to be able to get a code and help spread these genetics around. And I think they do great. But you know what? On that same token, I've only had a handful of other breeders that we grew, some of them not that great, and I won't mention them. But I won't go back. I'm very particular with it being a red state. I have these 2 tents here, Eagle, and I want to be very particular about whose shit I put in there. My wife's the same way. You know, when I say I speak for both of us because we're both in this equally. So we want to make sure, man, that we're not putting some bullshit in here that's going to not do well, or that's not tested, or prone to whatever Hermes and that sort of thing. So I recently, I just went and bought 10 of those Farmer Freeman's sex DNA tests. They had a Black Friday sale, so I got 10 of those, and that's what I'm going to use on the regs for the Amy Aces and the Jungle Mac. That's my plan here. So you could see there, we're starting to really spread out a little bit, spread our wings here, our eagle wings, and we're going to try to do all this cool shit. I got the dome down there. We're going to do some more cloning. Fish Jungle Mac's nice. I hear that maybe Capulator doesn't even make that anymore and shit. So I'm thinking if I want to keep that around, I got to learn how to clone and quick. So we're going to jump head first into a few different things.
So definitely nice looking plants you got there. You guys definitely came a long way. I think you'll like the photo side of things. Definitely cloning saves you a lot of money in genetics for sure. I think you'll like the photo side of things there for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited because of just the purebred genetics. Everybody knows that when you grow autoflowers, you lose you lose whatever. I'm not really good with breeding, but we all know that you lose that a certain part to the ruderalis gene potency and whatnot. So I'll be honest, Eagle, let's check this out. When I was a young man, say 18, 20 years old, I think I had some of the best weed I ever smoked was back then. And I'm still chasing those. And that shit was grown in soil in here in the Appalachian Mountains, man. And it was just the most fire ass bud. You could smell it as soon as you pulled the bag out of your pocket. You could smell that bud. And this shit was hang dried in a garage up in the mountains. So it's just weird. That was some of the best weed I ever smoked, man. We'd smoke a half of a pinner, three of us, and you'd have butterflies. Now, my tolerance is much different now and realize that, but I still have been chasing that kind of a bud, and I have yet to grow it myself, man. I'll be honest. I think I grow some good shit, man, and I've been happy with even the autoflowers with the potency and shit. I feel like we got really good at it, and with those genetics, we didn't suffer a whole lot as far as like really low THC or whatever you want to call it. But they get huge autoflowers. That's the one thing that people they say, oh, we don't like those. They say small. We've noticed that they got huge, man, with all the extra light. You can get, we use this Fluence tent right here, or this Fluence light right here. It's 330 watts, but it covers a whole 4x4 tent. I could tell you more about it. Puts out a usable micromole of about 680 micromoles of usable densities. So we can grow 2 pounds under that. And we've done it more than once in a 4x4 tent with that low. And that's with autoflowers. And it's not so much a testament to what we do. It's a testament to a good light, good genetics, and all that extra daylight that they get, And I think people miss out on that. But the other part of the autoflowers is if I'm buying an autoflower seed, I'm buying a harvest. If I buy a photoperiod seed, I'm buying a strain, and I'm getting something that I can perpetuate and that I can share with people. And it's a purebred genetics. It's not losing anything. And that's one of my recent questions and queries, and maybe you can talk about this, was the difference between a regular seed and a feminized seed, as far as, do you lose anything in the process of feminizing? So other than being a pheno hunter or whatever, is there any benefit to growing a regular photoperiod female versus the same exact kind of strain in a feminized version? Will you see like more terps? Will you see a higher THC from the regular, or is that not something that you lose? And that's something I've been trying to figure out lately.
No, I don't think you're losing anything. I think you're just gaining more of a selection from a regular to from. I think a fem is a strain or cultivar that's been worked down to an in particular pheno that they really enjoy, and then they've wanted to keep that, and then they've kind of femmed it to kind of keep that in particular one. That's an attempt to kind of keep that one going. That's
right.
That's why I like the regular seeds myself, especially for the breeding. I think once you start with the fem, you're kind of locking out some of the potential.
I gotcha.
Future breeding.
And I think with someone, you might agree with this, with someone in our position, red state, very minimal. We got to keep everything in this room. I don't really have the space to be starting a bunch of feminine or a bunch of regulars and then taking a clone, trying to flower it, seeing what they are, calling them and growing. I kind of need more space than this one 12 by 15 bedroom, and 2 tents. At least I feel like I do, or I would only be comfortable doing it if I had more space. So, yeah, I agree with you, man. And that's my whole thought there, is the closer I can get to the regs, the regular photoperiod, the more you'll get that old school bud that I'm searching for, that real good shit, man, that it's hard to find, man. I smoked some shit from California not long ago, and what was it, grape ape or something, and I wasn't impressed. And the person that was telling me about it said how great it was and everything, and I wasn't that. I'm thinking, I'm still searching, man.
Them purples just don't hit me that hard. myself, man. They smell good, they taste good, but they don't seem, none of that purple weed for me has that hard hitting effect that I'm looking for either. It's just me. Okay. So was there any kind of, did you find that at least in the autos, how about consistency? Could you like buy 10 and them all be somewhat similar, or was it a random, you just got whatever?
You know what? I think what we would do is this. I would buy, excuse me, we would buy like, say, 3 or 4 or 5 packs. And that way we could grow 4 plants, one of each kind. So I would grow like, we'll just say, for instance, a Granddaddy Purple Auto, this grow. Then I would grow on the next grow. And then I would grow on the following grow. And so to answer your question is, I never monocropped them all and was really able to watch all of them and how they differed or how they stayed the same. But I did notice that that's not very consistent. I don't know how much growing style or like change, like maybe I grew one in the winter and was able to control my shit better than I was in the summer. And that had something to do with it. But there was some consistencies, like say out of a 5 pack, you get 2 that were really close and then 3 that were, they're still good, but they would seem to have a different note or something of the flavor. And then I would sometimes chalk that up to a better cure. So I would say it's somewhat consistent, I guess, if that's a fair answer, as far as MSNL seeds. I'm not sure about how it would go with someone else.
Definitely a nice run we're looking at right there. What the heck are you feeding that girl?
So these are I'll tell you about these. These are the dosey dose feminized. Yeah, they're all falling
It's
down.
hard not to get sidetracked. It's hard
Yeah,
not to get
yeah,
looking at that thing. You know what I mean? I'm trying
yeah,
to
man.
stay focused, but man, I keep looking at that thing, finding myself asking myself questions here.
Well,
So
they're
I'm
falling
sorry, I cut
down
it.
on me. No, that's all right. They're falling down on us. We're on the ripen phase now, so I've lowered my EC down to about 900. Actually, right now it's actually way lower than that, but we started at 900 and have been backing our way down. So these ones are ready to come down. I'll show you the Canitrol here in a little bit, but we got some in there now, and we got a few days left on the cycles there. So we're just kind of limping these ones along until we can trim them up and put them in there, which will probably be 4 more days, and about 4.5 more days until that's ready to come out. So these here were, we mainlined them. We vegged them for 50 days, and they've been flowering now. They're almost on week 9, or they're right at week 9. I'm not really sure. I believe it's 9 weeks or so, but these are yellow bottom air pots. The story with those is, I think they're called number threes, Eagle. And I was under the impression I was buying a 3-gallon pot. And so somebody's
That's
telling me that
that's
2.2.
a no. That's a yellow. It's a 2.5 if it's a yellow.
Okay. Because I said a 3-gallon fabric pot that we used to use. I fill one of those up, buffer my cocoa, and it's pretty much the same amount into here,
There's
as
two
far as.
different yellow bottoms. There's a short yellow bottom, and there's a taller one that you could get in the yellow size. So he might have told you that. And again, I can't tell you that by looking, but I got
Yeah.
them right here.
It's funny because people were always getting on me. They're like, how big's your pot? And I want to tell them 3 gallons because that's what I wanted.
They're not
But
much of a difference right here. They're only like 2 different rows. So
okay.
these are both yellow. You know what I mean?
Yep. I
So
see.
it's only
I
two
see.
different rows.
Huh. Are they both from the same maker?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got all.
Cool.
I
You got to
actually
fill.
got the veg. This is your show, and I'm like taking over and shit. All the
No,
way
man.
from this size to the
Yeah.
the 2.5. I got the
Uh,
3.5.
Me and my wife, Crispy Wannabe, was just talking about those different size
3.5.
pots. Yeah. They make it easy to up pot.
That's the green bottom one there, the 3.5. I actually got the one. I think it's a 12. It's got to be more than that. It's 14. It's about It's
Wow.
hard for me to put my hands
Man.
around it, and it's like knee tall. They came in a set of fucking 8 of them.
How many screws do they put on those? Does it still only have 2 of the blue screws?
Yes, I always buy extra, even in them size right there. I think they need a top and a bottom.
Yeah.
But I love them pots. You know,
Yeah,
by the
they
way,
work.
them ones I showed you right there have got to be at least 10, 15 years old. Easy.
Oh, really? See, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I didn't even know they were that old of a thing, man.
Yeah, I bought them at like 10, somewhere right around 10 from the local grow shop. 2 guys in a grow shop back
Cool.
in Swartzburg. Yeah. They actually nowadays they actually make them. You can get a collar for them things and make them like a drip.
What do you mean?
Really they sit right in that top, and then they're auto water feeding, and they kind of just drip in there, and they roll around the top and keep that pot constantly wet.
Yeah. Well, that's something that you mentioned that because we have a system right here that was sent to us by our friend DJ over at GrowTech USA. And he can be found on growtechusa.com if anybody's interested. But this is a cool little setup I wanted to show everybody and to you because right now we still hand water. So and I was showing you here's our rack right here. So I hand water, and mind you, now we've been doing this for 5 years. We hand water and this shit. So in the cocoa, you have to do it, as you know, depending on the size of your pot. We do at least 3 times a day, especially in flower. And I can tell you right now, it's still, they get a lot of burnt tips from the dry back. And I run a real low EC because of that. And we just we get our water runs off into these trays. I pull them out and dump them, put them back in, good to go for the next one. And sometimes I'll just let it drip and come back the next time and get them. But when it's in flower, I don't like leaving all that moisture in my tent. So I try not to do that if I can. But this is a 70% cocoa, 30% perlite. These plants started out in solo cups. I do a scuff method. I scuff my seeds up in a little tube of sandpaper, toss them in the cup of water for about 24 hours. And whether they break open or not, I chuck them into a solo cup of buffered cocoa that's rinsed down to the EC of my tap water. And I just let them ride until the first couple leaves open up. And then I start feeding them our general hydroponics nutrients. And I use the cocoa for cannabis schedule here. So we start our seedlings out on the 400. We had a little rapid start, and that's how we went. We potted them up from solo cups to, we have 1 gallon. I call them 1 gallon. I think they're more like 3/4 of a gallon. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure where I picked them up at, to be honest with you. I've been trying to remember that lately, and I can't. So I have them over there. I don't have any in here. I wish I did. They're in the other room. But yeah, we went to those, and then we come to these pots. But the 3 pot ups seem to work good for us, especially doing our cuts. And we have YouTube videos on these plants in front of you from seed all the way up till now, and how we mainlined them, and some of the tips that we use that have been, and some of the pitfalls that we avoid from past mistakes and shit, you know. So that's always fun to make those videos.
It's most definitely a beautiful plant. Nice job. And that's one of the things I mentioned about the our water system, or the collar for that thing. And I hope it works. The setup you've got now too is water in them pots. You have to keep them moist. Otherwise, some pots, as much as I love them, they can be fucking messy. When you get too far into that dry back, man, it's a shower head. That's what they are. They're fucking. I've actually thought about a flood and drain system and just taking the bottom out of them, so they were just sitting directly in there. Maybe even
Yeah.
so they could
That's,
had more of a wicking capability for the moments when they shower head out of them things.
and you can see this high frequency fertigation, even just 3 times a day, is going to it gives us a hell of a nice root mass. And I actually have to use a skewer, like a big metal, I think it's for a skewer for making like shish kebabs on the grill. I come in here and poke the shit out of these trying to get it, because you're right, it'll just sit there. Cocoa, when it comes too dry, is hydrophobic, as most people know, and it's not good to let it dry out. You have your cat eye on exchanges and shit can get thrown off if it gets too deep, too dry. And we like to try to keep them as moist as we can. And even with hand watering 3 times a day, these pots are awesome. They really draw out the roots. Underneath, they come hanging out. I mean, if you could feel underneath it there, you'd be able to, yourself from doing, when we tear these apart, I always love seeing that root mass in there. I'm always so envious when my DWC friends pull up those big fat root masses, and I'm thinking, shit, I can't see mine, man. I see this little bit of shit on top here. And so it's nice when we can go in here and do some cadaver, cut them open and see what's up. We got one over here
That's
that I
how.
just harvested. I'm going to be looking forward to that in a couple of days, but we just harvested this plant. It was in that back corner where that party cup is at the moment, but this plant was, it stayed real little, man. I don't know why. Everything was exactly the same in all the plants, and you know how it is. One's always got to be a dickhead. Excuse my language. I shouldn't say that. That one slipped. So yeah,
Yeah.
this one here has kind of stayed small. It finished quicker, and it was in the back corner, Eagle. And I didn't even realize that it was getting that ripe that fast. So I figured with this much mass in here, that canitrol holds 2.2 pounds of wet buds. So I figured I could go ahead and get that little one out, run the canitrol through its maiden voyage using that one, and get it prepared for the rest of these. So it actually worked out pretty good. And then I wanted to show you my wife's party cup real quick. She's growing for a Cocoa for Cannabis challenge over there. We have a little side challenge. It's a party cup, and she's hand watering that thing. We both do, actually, but she hand
All
watered
the
this.
way in the back too.
Yeah. Well, that's where the other plant was. The reason that the reason it's back there now is because we just harvested that one I showed you. So it's only been back there for 2 days. It actually was up here. It was up here in the front, and these ones here were just totally crowding it out. So for probably a couple of weeks there, it was getting maybe 200 micromoles of light. We have this Apogee MQ500 quantum sensor that we use to adjust our lights. This is the Photon Tech 465 watt Pro, and we had that fluence. We tested a chilled light for the people over at Chilled, and that meter's coming real handy trying to keep everything dialed in. But that's how I know that she has suffered. She's pretty much been getting like mother. If you're trying to keep mothers or something, I guess you'd want to keep them at that density. So that's where she suffered a little bit, but the rest of them have done good. And as far as keeping our substrate moist, I can go back and maybe show you a little bit more. I'll give you the quick rundown of this system here. So what it is, it's pretty simple, Eagle. This is the GrowTech USA. This is the brains of the unit. It's just got a simple plug-in right there. And I just want to say that I haven't used this yet, so I don't want anyone to say like that I'm promoting it, but I haven't used it. I just want to put that disclaimer. The guy that sent it to us, DJ, is a wonderful guy. And he seems to really be, I don't know, man. He's just my kind of person. And I want to promote his stuff and have people at least go check him out and, get a good take. But only a couple of people are really using this right now, and with great results, I might add. So this is the pump unit. It has your intake and your outtake, and you have your hose. This is a brand new company. So he sent clear hose. He's switching that to black. Here's your power supply, and you just set up your 4 things here. You dial in this app on your phone. I can't remember the name of it right now. And then the app pretty much just talks to the brains and it pumps these out. Now, I want to mention that this is only one part of the unit. There's a second part to the unit, which is the runoff. And what it is you would have yours set up just like our plants are here. And then you would have these trays. There would be a little scale that you slide under them. So you would tell that same computer here that you want to get 20% runoff from your 80 milliliters of water that you're putting on. So if the computer doesn't weigh out that perfect amount, it will go and tell it to put some more fertigation on until you get a 20% runoff. And then it remembers that adjustment for future fertigations. And it's called the fertigation manager. So I haven't used it yet. We're setting it up for the next grow. I'm going to run 2 plants in this tent, 2 plants in that tent. We're going to split these ports up. And I think it'll be a fun experiment. We've been hand watering so long, man, that I'm looking forward. I don't mind coming in and getting rid of the runoff. So with me being not so great with computers and having to go use an app and everything else, I'm going to go ahead and just try to set up the actual water system so it can water them every 3 hours. I won't get that dry back because when it comes to cocoa, your pot size is not actually doesn't have a direct correlation with plant size. You can grow a huge massive plant in just 2 gallons of cocoa clear to the end if you're feeding salts, as everybody well knows. But if that was soil, you'd obviously have to be bigger. So to a point, pot size really doesn't matter. I mean, 2 gallons is all you need if you can fertigate it enough and keep it wet, and that's appealing. So this system that we have here, I'm excited to get that going. And I wanted to give him a shout out and explain to people what it is. And I realized one thing recently is that maybe I'm wrong here, but it seems like everybody's pumped on lights, everybody's pumped on good genetics, and everybody's pumped on this, but it seems like auto watering just doesn't get much attention, or there's not like a whole lot of systems out there that you really have to choose from. You gotta build it yourself. And I guess that's probably prohibition, but shit, Eagle, somebody's, if that helps somebody to try that out, then good for them.
Definitely, it's a nice system, that's for sure. I like the way it independently weighs each pot to see if it needs water. It's well thought out. I dig it. And them pots need it. They just need a good auto watering pots. That's a race car pot. If you can master the watering of it, that's a race car pot right there, in my opinion. I've always had good luck with them things. Like I said, I've been running them for a very long time. It wasn't just because I'm like, between stages, I love to clean things, and they're a hard pot to clean. Basically, they take, you know what I mean? You got to have a big brush, and they're a bitch to wash. They're worth it. Like I said, I've had them for a long time. The thing I love about them thing is even it had been about 10 years easy now. I had a buddy of mine asking me, are you reusing your pot stuff there? I'm like, dude, there's nothing left in these pots to reuse. The root ball is so dense. You might as well just chuck these things versus trying to beat the whatever's left in these pots out. Do you find that to be a true statement? There's just nothing left to fucking even to bother reusing there?
Well, I agree. It's too much of a headache. Everything's the roots have colonized the entire volume of the media so much that especially in cocoa, it's just kind of hard to tell like what's a root, what's a fibrous little root, and what is a strand of cocoa. So and it just stays one clump. So what I did this time, let's see, the last couple I reused, I mixed them with 50-50 with topsoil, put them in old bags, and I put them in the backyard at our old house, and I grew peppers and shit in them, and they did great. And now this year, I actually built a couple of beds outside, and since we own a yard now, and I built a couple raised beds to grow peppers, and we grew peppers, tomatoes, and some cabbage and different things. So this year I went out, I noticed I built them this year, so the soil had sunk like 2 inches. So I had a whole tote full of used root balls all chopped up and stuff and dried out real good. So I took them in the backyard and I turned them into the soil, And that, you know, a lot of people do that. It's good aeration, because I ordered that soil from the local concrete place. So it wasn't great soil. It was, I wouldn't even call it soil. It was dirt, you know, it was clay, it was nasty. But my peppers and shit did all right. But I knew going into this that I was going to have to try to amend it and make it better. So I actually ended up using some mega crop on them, some old ass mega crop that I had. And it was the 1 part stuff that's real brown and smells horrible. But I used that out there. So I'm trying to amend it with this cocoa, the used cocoa. It's hard to get rid of this shit. What do you do with it? You know? In the red state, what do you do with it? I try to put a big bag of cocoa out to the curb for the garbage man. I don't feel comfortable with that. If I don't want too many neighbors seeing me wheel a big old thing of cocoa down over the hill and dump it, and then they're taking their grass back there and dumping it. So I've been kind of at a loss. That's why I was building it up. But you're right, it's not very reusable.
I did exactly the same shit you're talking about. I threw that shit out in garbage bags for a long time. And then I started fucking throwing it in my garden for a bit, tried to rebuild some spots in my yard. You can actually grow grass, good, decent grass in cocoa. But that shit, when I started using it out in the yard, it ended up changing brands. At that point, I was in the fucking Pro Mix, the HPCC, and that fucking perlite's a tattletale motherfucker, man.
Oh
So
man, it's the worst. It's blowing around out in the yard. It looks like I always reminds me of like dry heat, those little balls you throw in your driveway or something. And I looked out there the other day and it just looked like it it looked like the snow had laid on my beds outside, but it hadn't snowed in 2 days. We had a little dusting one day, and yeah, that perlite is a dead giveaway. I tried to lose some beside my apartment one time. I tried to just shake it out in the grass, and move it around. There was a couple of bad spots. I figured I'll turn it over. Exactly what you said. I go out to work like 4 or 5 days later, and I'm walking on all this perlite, and I'm thinking, what the hell? Here it's just coming out, and it's a tattletale for sure.
funny thing about filling with cocoa is it stays spongy for a very long time. It looks level, but when you mow, you can feel that.
Yep.
It's got
That's
that
funny.
sponge to
Oh,
it.
oh man, that's good stuff.
You know, as far as getting rid of the perlite goes in the cocoa, man, at one point later on, man, I ended up finding it's made by Grow It. It's a chunky cocoa. Uh, I mean, it's actually chunky. And I started mixing the finer cocoa with the chunky cocoa for aeration to get away from that perlite, so I could start dumping it back into the yard without it being a tattletale. You know, like I
Yeah.
said, it does grow good grass, but that perlite is a tattletale. I mean, I don't know. That's if you want to find a grower, just drive around, look for perlite in the yard. That's usually the biggest sign I've found.
I've been trying to tinker around with it, adding a little bit extra because of that, man. It just gets so packed, and that perlite, it gets kind of it's gone until, like you're saying, until you dry it up and start breaking that all up. But I don't want to put any more for that reason. You know, it's not the easiest thing to deal with, and obviously it's working, but you don't want them drying out any quicker than what they are. But yeah, I eventually want to try. I want to get a bucket, man. Eagle. I want to get one of them. I've been eyeballing them on the internet. It's a black bucket for DWC, and it has a little trap door on the side, so you can stick your pen in there and refill your res or what, you know, do the deal. And I've been wanting to try one of those. Just maybe one right there with a little bubbler, and keep at it. And you know, if I can find the time to do that, I think I want to try that out. So that'll be a nice venture.
You know, I want another thing I'd like to give you a nice shout out to, brother, is the one beautiful fucking plant. Oh, there's two there that I can see, two pots.
Right.
Either way, that
Yeah.
space is well filled. And that's, you know, they're good at the nice sized plant. I see so many people using so many numbers, like a more of a sea of green thing. It looks you see basically that canopy, and then they never show underneath that it's fucking 50 pots underneath there. You know what I mean? In a state where numbers count, man, I would rather see less numbers so you can actually have some breathing room. You know what I mean? And with
Yeah,
plants looking like that, than to use all my plants in a tent to make it look like that. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of time to get a more beautiful plant like that. Kudos to
yeah,
you, my friend, for uh, using your space wisely instead of trying to fill that with. I mean, have you went that route? I mean,
yeah.
you used to grow auto, so have you did more of a sea of green technique before?
No, it's always been about 4 plants, 5 plants. Sometimes we try to squeeze a fifth one under that big 1,000 watt high pressure sodium, but it's always been one thing we've changed is our training. We started manifolding and mainlining, and that helps us use our lights and our space better, to really spread them out, collect. If we're paying for this light, I want to collect the full quantum yield, the full load that it puts out. And that's what I'm trying to do here. But I'm a big proponent of less pots, more biomass, just because I hand water, just because I have to get rid of cocoa. And I feel that it's, I don't know, I guess on one hand, if it's kind of risky, if you have a planted Hermes or if one goes to shit, I guess you're kind of losing half your tent there. So I could see aspects both way. But me personally, in our setup, I like doing it this way. I'm not, now I'm we've always done 4 plants, but it's too much. We've gotten a lot of mold, and you'll see a video or two on my YouTube and on Instagram too. I have a video or two of us just chopping big colas that were like much bigger than these ones on the Autoflowers. You're talking like that, no shit, and they're just molded up because they get leaning into the sides. And what good is that? That's just, I'm not out for vanity. I want to smoke to be, I told you what I was searching for, that real good smoke like I used to get. And the big colas just they rot on us. And I want to go to the 2 pots, 2 plants per 4x4 tent. And as I mentioned, like this Photon Tech X465 that we're using, I have yet to run it on 100%. And you can see these ones here. I'll tell you about those couple colas there. There's 2 of them that are all up in the light. I cut those ones off, man. They was touching the light. So I remember a long time ago, as I mentioned, we got first on the internet, we got some bro science. And I remember someone telling me one thing amongst all that stuff was, if you cut the ends of your buds off at the very right time, they will back bud. And I was thinking, hell no, there's no way I'm cutting all the ends of my buds off. So it was in one ear and out the other pretty much, but I guess it stuck with me a little bit. So we was in here the other day, and I guess the kind of this light setup, because we're doing an affiliate program with Dr. Coco and Photon Tech, I wanted the light to be set up in such a fashion where I could show the name of it and what it was here. And I don't know if that's being washed out by the lights or not, but that's why it's hung in such a haphazard fashion, with the other hanger way back there instead of over there off to the side and one over here, strictly for that reason. So I got maxed out here with their hangers, my hangers and everything. And with me, I say not training them properly. I should have super cropped or whatever, but I'm not big on that. I just retched in there with my scissors, snipped the tops of them off, and I'll be damned, Eagle, they got a lot bigger. And I was telling, me and my wife were talking, I said, with what we've learned as far as stress response and auxins and, how you can train a plant and have it do things, maybe it does back bud. But those top colas are shit, man. They're foxtail. We got a few of that going on here, and it probably, from us having too much light, it's too close. When I used my power meter, I was getting densities of like 1,500 up around the tops of those colas where we cut. So that's obviously too much. And what I did was I backed that light off. So I started down this path to tell you that we got these 2 plants by not even being at 100% the whole time. Right now I've been running at 50%, and up to this point, most of the flower I ran 75%, and at 75%, I was catering to the masses here, all the other colas that weren't really getting cooked. So I figured those two could be a loss if need be, as far as that top, and just kind of wanted to watch them, see how they reacted. And yeah, they back butted and they foxtailed just like I presumed they would. But the rest of this canopy road around these back corners over there were at about 550 micromoles of density. And then in the middle here, I was running around 1150, 1100. So I was trying to find a nice sweet spot there. And with this light here, I wanted to mention, you could take these bars off, Eagle. They're 93 watts each bar, and you can yank them off. So I started these plants under one single bar, and as they grew, I just added bars, until we got to here, which makes it, I'm a big fan of having low wattage with high photon efficiency. And the photon tech it delivers that for sure. It's a good light. And I have a code for that light, and I want to shamelessly plug it. It's a Smot Poker CFC. And if anybody wants to buy a light, I'm not the dude that's going to try to push something just to make $5 on a light sale. The thing is it's a good light. I only ever say to buy something or have a code for something if I really believe in it and use it. That's very important to me, to make sure that that's a noted thing. I don't like seeing people that are like me. I'm a construction worker, Eagle. I'm a plasterer by trade. I do plaster, drywall, and stucco. So I work hard for my money, and I don't like to spend it on shit that's not really going to help me, or lights that are, we'll just say like blurples that are just straight horrible marketing. And I see guys going out and buying them. So, Photon Tech's not the cheapest light on the market, but it's well built. And if anybody wants to buy one, I'd appreciate them using our code, and they won't be sorry. You'll get a good light. One thing I wanted to mention was how many times, Eagle, if you stood up, I'm 6'5". So if I'm in here bent over working, I stand up, I crack my head on there. If you break one of them bars, you can take it out, send it away for repairs, and keep the other 4 running. It's the same way with all their bar style lights, the X series. So I'm a firm believer in them. They have 18% red to 82% white. They kick out 1,250 micromoles of total ppf. The usable is just under 1,000. For a 4x4 tent, you're going to want 1,040 micromoles of usable light to really fuel peak photosynthesis, and that's based on Dr. Coco's grow light calculator over there. So we're just under that, and you can see that it's still plenty of juice to fuel good growth. I see a lot of tents that are overlit. I seen that you installed a brand new light today, man. Can we talk about that for a minute? I love lights.
Sure. What you want to know, brother? That was
what was it?
It was the unit farm was the new light that I hung today. Seems to be a decent light. So far, so good.
How many watts? 400?
380 is what they're saying. But the thing that had me scratching, I need to actually put it into a meter, was when I opened it up that the driver actually said 7 amps. Well, 7 amps is 700 watts, right?
I don't know about that stuff. So I absolutely wouldn't know. That's always something that I ask people's advice on. Like how, I know wattage.
I think it's 100 watts per amp is basically how that runs.
Eagle, I never understood how you can take one unit such as electricity and break it down into so many different measurements. You got volts, amps, ohms, all that shit. And it just always escaped me. I'm not very good with that, as far as
claiming to be either, but that's what I thought when I looked at it anyway. So it says 380 out of the box. Seemed to be a pretty decent line for 380 watts. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, No, you're good. I asked you about the light. I like that light. It seemed to fit good in your space, and it looked like there was a nice number of diodes. That's always seemed to be a thing. If how many watts per diode? Because if they're pushing the diodes really hard with low, if you have like one diode per watt, it's probably going to have a low shelf life. It's going to burn out quick. So that's something we always try to tell people to look for is you want to have a nice, I want to say if you can get like 4 or 5 diodes per watt, that's pretty good. Even 3, I think is pretty good. But when you start pushing them, they just don't run efficiently and they burn out quick. And so that's one way that people these lighting companies are getting over on people is trying to they'll say we're using Samsung diodes in these real cheap lights, but they don't tell you that it's a 300 watt light with real low diode count, and it's probably only going to last a year, and it's going to just not be a good bang for your buck. But I've had good luck with the photon tech, as you can see, I like it. I wanted to mention that I think I did, but Dr. Coco got us into this. He actually has a new website called Grow Sponsor. So I'm going to go ahead and plug it for him. I hope he doesn't mind. Grow Sponsor is what it is it tries to connect growers like myself and other people that have, you got to have a semi bit of a following, maybe make a few videos on YouTube, have a couple Instagram followers, but everybody is welcome to go and sign up and at least put in an application. And if you don't get it that day, their future's always, see how you move forward. But if someone's interested in like, the Grow Sponsor is this, it'll connect growers with products that need evaluators. So like if you want to try out a Mars tent and light, you can go ahead and put in an application at Grow Sponsor and they'll ask you some questions and you answer and they'll get back to you and let you know what's available at that time, if anything. And like I said, it's new, so it's going to be picking up some steam. And I figured this might be a good place to give my buddy a shout out, let him know. And that's, I kind of got into this photon tech and the other stuff before he started Grow Sponsor through him. So we've actually been doing it for a little while, but if people want to sign up, man, it's a Grow Sponsor. You can find it on Instagram or go to growsponsor.com. And yeah, I think that's a fun thing to get into if you're down,
It's a good way to get some build your grow if you don't have the next say the capital to get that new light. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Work with some of these people.
Yeah, somebody that's got a little bit of a trust build up there in the community. And we all know how it is, Eagle. It's hard you get trolls and different things. So I always worry about, shit like that if I mention it and somebody goes there. But it's just a cool thing, man. If your heart's in the right place and you're trying to do something good and you want to test something and give a true evaluation, let's really make that important here, is that part of the contract there, or part of the spiel over there at Grow Sponsors, they want true evaluations. They don't want to connect someone with something that isn't going to be a good fit for their grow and stuff. So it's all about, really helping and collaboration and getting good information on some of these products to people as much as anything else, That's important.
It is. And you'll notice that at any point in, like, say, some of the videos that I make, like when I say the video that I posted today. And by the way, I've never had that experience with one of the cheaper lights as far as like diodes burning out. I did have, in my bad, this last time, it wasn't a bad experience. Unit Farm replaced the light. It said it was 110 to 240 capable, and I plugged it into 240 and I blew the ballast because it didn't automatically switch. Most of them will automatically switch. There was no note in there saying, not to, or it had to be manually switched, which they changed because of this experience. But I've never necessarily had a board or anything pouring out yet. But as far as like heard you mention the honesty of it, you know what I mean? Anytime I've ever done a product review like that, I
Yeah.
always don't say shit, to be honest with you. I
Yeah.
basically like post a video, this is how it's going, and then I let the viewer make up their mind. They can make, they're not stupid. You know what I'm saying? It's like right
Right.
now with the photo tech here. You know what I mean? It's hard to go, I don't think that light's working. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
It's obviously good light. I do like the one thing about the bars being able to pop them bars out is its upgradability. If they come out with something new or you want to add something else to it, I can see that being a great feature right there.
Oh yeah. And you can connect, you can daisy chain them. They have, I believe, I could be wrong. I want to say there's a controller that you can get that will mimic like a sunrise, sunset feature with this light too. But I feel horrible being a brand ambassador and not knowing that. I want to say you can, but I could be getting it mixed up. And check this out, man. There's a cool story behind this. Inside that box is a brand new Photon Tech SQ 300 watt. And I don't know if you guys have seen the new SQ series out there. It's a square bar light, it has 3 concentric squares. They get smaller and smaller, I guess. And so what happened is I got sent that light by accident, Eagle. They meant to send it to somebody else. Those lights just came out about a month ago, and people had all these pre-orders in. So somehow my address got put with somebody else's name over there, and they sent me this light by accident. And no big deal. So I didn't know what to do with it. And so after talking with Dr. Coco, who's my my liaison to Photon Tech, they came up with we're gonna do some sort of a giveaway with it. Now it's early on. I don't know the details yet, but I think that's pretty cool of them to be able to, to go ahead and afford us that. So another shout out to Photon Tech there and to Dr. Coco. I think that's cool. So this is going to be a way of this facilitates us to be able to get that light, hopefully into the hands of someone who really needs it. It would make my heart nice if somebody that had like a blurple or somebody who's working hard, but and trying hard that just can't get that next step light because they have 3 kids to take care of and shit, man. Those stories sometimes are a little heartbreaking, and that's just how life is. But I'd like to see it go to something like that. That's my goal, is to try and do something like that. Of course, with a giveaway, you never know who's going to win, but yeah, in my mind, I like to think that's where we're aiming for there. So that's going to be exciting. And you said before the show that this is, you can talk about whatever you want. So I want to go ahead and say that me and my wife, Crispy Wannabe Eagle, we're starting up our own podcast, man. As from some of our friends that spurred us on here and shit, we want to go ahead and start a podcast, a husband and wife sort of deal where we get people on and we talk to them. And I think it's going to be an awesome way for us to learn, like about soil, the soil matrix, about breeding. It's going to give us the opportunity to give stuff away and to, just really get into the community more. But because I love it, she loves it, and it's pretty much, I want it to blow up for us, man. I eventually wanted like to grow and have patience if I could. And, it didn't start out as that, but it's really turning into that quick. So, yeah, we're going to have some fun with that. And so long story short, I guess or long story long, I've heard that's the way usually I'm long winded, but that light there will be given away hopefully early on in our new podcast with me and my wife. So she's really nervous about it, and I am too, because we're just really humble couple growers, man, and we feel like, who wants to talk to us? We don't know all that much, but I know it's not about that. We just kind of want to get out there and learn and help other people learn by asking questions. A lot of times, Eagle, when I'm watching a podcast or I'm listening to an interview, I'll say to myself, why aren't they asking this question? Doesn't this seem like the logical next question? And it's not being asked. And I know other people probably think that when I'm talking. So I think I think it'll be fun for me to be able to ask the questions I want, to really try and take something. Sometimes I try to find what someone's saying and put it in my own words. And I think that helps some of the other viewers too, you know, and that's going to be such a fun thing to take off. And hopefully some of the people listening can support us, you know, and come by and maybe be a guest on our show. And yeah, so I just wanted to shout that out, man. I'd like to start it before the end of the year. I'm still trying to figure out how to even get it up and running and to be able to record it. I think I got to get Zoom and pay for the Zoom service and things like that. So I got a few people that are helping me, obviously, kind of mentoring me along, and I'm going to try and get this thing started. I think it'll be a fun time. And I appreciate you letting me talk about it, Eagle.
So there's multiple ways you could do it. If you want to do it free, you can do it through StreamYards. It's a little bit different of a service to use. I didn't like it personally. Zoom was easier. It is. You do have to pay for it, and actually, shit.
I don't mind paying for it, Eagle. That's the whole point about having like and you know, I think this is well known, but like the whole, you know,
was is the best way. This is what I'm getting to, guys. I've come across and looked at them all. I've actually thought about switching myself. Zoom has limited capabilities. When you go live, you can only go live through one platform at a time.
okay,
The Vimeo now, it's $79. I'm gonna just throw it out there. Zoom, or at least
yeah,
my account, is $20 a month is what I pay for through Zoom.
yeah, that's what they were
Couple hundred
asking me
dollars
for.
a year. Couple $100 a year. But now, as you look through it and you think about it more and more, the Vimeo is another platform where you can keep your stuff on. Basically, it's like a YouTube, right?
Yeah,
And there's different tiers you can go through with that. And but so you can post and build your own platform there. It's and no different tiers, and you can bank all your stuff there. You know what I mean? As far
okay.
as keeping it safe and not have to worry about, say, YouTube taking down your episode and it's gone forever, because I constantly back my shit up.
Now
Now they
you broke
offered a
you
service now. I think it's $79. Okay, and
who's
which
this
I'm
with,
thinking
Eagle?
about. Let me double check here because it's in my browser. I'm pretty sure it's Vimeo.
Because
Uh,
I missed, you kind of broke up on that part when you said exactly what platform it is, or I'm
yeah,
not
it's
hearing it
Vimeo.
right. Vimeo.
Yeah.
I'll have to
So
look that
and
up.
so you can keep everything there, but the cool thing now for that $89 is what's different from Zoom.
Okay.
So, like I said, you can back everything up, and it has different levels: 2 gigs, or I'm sorry, 2 gigabytes, 5 gigabytes, whatever, and it backs all your shit up. Uh, and it's safe. You know what I mean? It's basically works as a cloud for it. But for the $79 or $89 a month they're asking for, this is what I thought was cool. For the same click like I did, we go live now and we're on YouTube. For that $89, you can go fucking live on YouTube, Facebook, Vimeo, anywhere that you have a fucking account that will let you go live with that single click of the button. You can be on 10 different fucking platforms all at that
Oh,
same live. So now we could be live on Facebook and all that shit, not just YouTube. You know what I
wow.
mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
for
That's pretty wild.
it's for a little bit extra money and having it backed up, all that shit. It's super appealing to me. You know what I mean? So I've thought about making the switch from Zoom over to that platform, and you can do like a trial version right now with them, and it's you can go live for like 10 or 20 minutes or something like that before it kind of cuts you off. And it's the same shit, man. You can have your own chat through them as well as your chat going through YouTube. It's I don't know. It's just
I
throwing
think
that
it's
out there from a creator
yeah.
to creator.
I think the money is well spent too, and that's part of like you can have an affiliate account with Photon Tech, and that helps to fund like paying for a platform or buying giveaway stuff. So I'm all about it. And that sounds exactly like what something that would work good for me, to where I can have reach a whole bunch of people by going through one platform and just paying a little bit of money. That's not a problem at all. I mean, this is a hobby we love. I think that's a semi-reasonable rate to be able to do this. And I'd like to try it out and see how it goes. So I'll definitely I'll keep in touch with you and get that information. And maybe by the end of the year here, we can start that up. Are you going to switch, or are you just kind of hoping to, or
I'm
thinking about
still
it?
dipping my feet back and forth with it. I mean, to be honest with you, at this point, fucking 533 episodes
Yeah,
into it, I've been doing this video stuff now for 3-4 years now, and now it's every day. I'm almost thinking about sliding backwards a little bit. So I'm got my eye on it, but I've not necessarily pulled the trigger. Another thing, from another creator, one creator to the other, and I suggest you do this right away. I mean, like yesterday. Download
okay,
the Anchor app. The Anchor app basically
okay,
is a podcasting platform, and there's a lot of tools. Jack Greenstock was a lot of help when I started this show. When I went from the help starting the Michigan Bros Grow Show to doing this, Jack
sure,
Greenstock was a lot of help with this. So the Anchor app had a lot of great advice, how tos. You can do audio anytime from your phone, or if you're just doing an audio podcast, you can edit, you can do all that shit right from the Anchor app. And this is what the cool thing about the Anchor app is. Once you set that up, and it starts automatically posting your stuff through the Anchor podcast platform. But fuck, by within the week I had it set up, it instantly is like taking your podcast and suggesting it to other platforms. So within the week I set up Anchor, I was 2 weeks into it. I was on fucking Spotify. I was on iTunes. I was on fuck right now. The show's on probably because, and this is all because of Anchor, like fucking 20 different platforms, and I didn't do shit but sign up. Seriously, Anchor did the rest of the work for me, and it starts. It's a, like I said, it is a
I'll
newbie.
download it.
You know what I mean? I would be on that like now and start building that relationship with them, because you trust me, you'll find it to be a huge asset, especially with Spotify. Spotify, they helped me. They definitely were the one that built my relationship with Spotify, and Spotify is getting ready to launch this type of platform to everybody. I've been invited like in the early stages to start on like developing the small guy podcast video forms, but they're going to be a full tilt YouTube type platform before long. So if you can have something like Anchor building relationships with these other platforms for you too, shit, they
Yes.
wanted to do with a click. They can, with a click through Anchor, you can like turn your audio podcast to like a worded vlog, I guess is what you call it.
So someone could
It'll
read
set
it.
up,
Yeah.
yeah. It'll set it up right. WordPress.com. It sets up that account for you. One click you know what I mean? One click, boom, it's a blog. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
You can set up a revenue page for you to where people can donate to the show and shit like that. Few
yeah.
ads, fuck. The one Anchor, I don't tell anybody this because I don't push. You know what I mean? I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
But the one ad I made is for Anchor because I thought it was so cool, and it's the first one available for you. Fuck, I'd never done anything but that one, and added it to a few of my shows. And that thing, just for it's made probably about $50
Right.
in
That's
like a year and a half. But as your shows get better and better, the more commercials will offer you more chance for revenue, basically through the Anchor. So I don't know. This is just
yeah. No, yeah, I appreciate it. I'll have that downloaded. I'll do it on I'll get my phone. I don't know if I don't know if it'd be good to get the computer involved on doing that or not, but yeah, I appreciate you taking a couple minutes there and breaking it down. That's good information that because
well, that's I download. You can on the computer. So this is what I do with that too. I got the Anchor on the computer. I download my episode from YouTube at the end of the night, and then I can just go to my Anchor app and pull that file over to that, and it will rip the audio right from the video episode and post it to Spotify and all the other iTunes and all the other platforms
cool.
with the
That's
click of a
awesome.
button.
That's awesome. I may have to message you after the show in the next coming week or something and get some of those links or possibly or have a few more follow-up questions, but we're excited for that, Eagle. Hey, yeah, really appreciate you doing that, man. And because it's not easy to get started. I don't know if it was easy for you, but it seems a little daunting. And we're just trying to set it all up and trying to figure out how two people can talk into one microphone, or are we just going to like set a phone there on the table and both of us talk into it? Do we want to, I don't know how to start out, how to evolve. So we'll be working on things, and maybe I could use you as a mentor to kind of help me along.
I'm open to answer any questions you have. I'd like to see other people succeed. So, and I wish you guys luck, man, for real. I love to see. I've interviewed a few husband and wife teams or couple, basically growers, and I think that's awesome. You don't see enough of that shit. More or less, it's usually the opposite, where one grows, the other one doesn't grow, and it becomes a wedge later on because it takes up so much time for one. You know what I'm saying? But to
Oh, I
see both
totally
of
get
them
it.
have the same passion and work
Yeah.
towards the same goal, and it's awesome. Hats off
And
to you guys. It's fucking cool as shit.
it is cool. So that's a big blessing that I think I have is having her on my team in life and growing and in everything else. I think she's got nerves, I don't think she's shy, or I don't think I'm stepping out of line by saying that. She's pretty open about it. She's got the nerves, and we're just regular people like everybody else, man. And I think anybody trying to start that would have some nerves and some trepidation going into it. But the big picture will be fun. Like I had some nerves about tonight, man, and I'm having a blast, but I did have some trepidation. I was worried that I was going to squirrel too many times or that I would lose my train of thought, because I have a tendency to do that. I'm a stoner, I've just finished joint number 3, actually, I believe. So yeah, man, this is good time. I wanted to go ahead and get that put out there. And like, again, for the third time, I think I told you, I appreciate you letting me say that, because you have a good following here. The people over here in your chat are very knowledgeable. When I come to the chat, I learn stuff. I ask questions. I get good feedback. And then there's also a beautiful mixture of jokes and maybe like some people might call them hot topics, but it is what it is. That's life. It's hard to separate growing and politics totally. So, I come around with us being a red state. I often think, Eagle, that because I always hear fuck the MCMA, and I try to support all of you that are in that fight, because we've recently come to the conclusion that it does affect us too, because it sets a precedent for states like ours that are going to eventually become legal. And I'll have to say, it's with us, it's just about how do I want to say this? I would feel weird right now going to my senator and telling him I want growers' rights just because I'm growing at home right now, thinking that that'll give me up. Is that weird? Like I'm just a hider, man. And I feel like you guys are all out there fighting, and it bothers me a little bit. And I'm thinking, damn, this shit's coming and we got to worry about that. So I try to come to your show and learn about that. Our show would be a good way to learn about those subjects and just a whole get a full picture of a bunch of things that I'm not sure on that I really want to immerse myself in, and yeah, the chatters here and the followers that you have are going to be, we definitely want to try to invite them and say thank you and everything all at once there. So, cool thing. Yeah. I haven't looked at
Appreciate you
chat.
coming on. I've appreciated seeing you in chat, my friend. I love the cannabis community. Man. There's nothing greater than this. And I think Sub actually was the first one that created this whole thing. I be honest with you. That's where I got it from, hanging out in the live chats. That's when Sub actually kind of took it for me, anyways, from the forum to like this live type thing where we could communicate with each other. That's where it kind of switched for me from one to the other. I thought it's I think when I first started getting into it full tilt, the whole cannabis community thing, which was when I started stepping out from the forums and started posting my face with the mask. And it feels weird that it's so long ago. That was, I did, man, for the longest times that was me. Hat, sunglasses, something up to the nose, or just the hat, sunglasses, something hiding your face because it was such a security issue, man. And then, I don't know when it was when I kind of made that, put my full face out there. I think I just got cocky with having my medical license and what can they do? But there was still a lot they could do back then. But I
Hey,
appreciate
you're the pioneer, man. You're one of the guys that paved the way for us doing this shit. And people tell us that they're like, kudos for doing this shit when to hell with them, man. They trying to tell me the only medicine I can have is if I go to the state and buy it. So you're telling me it's like a mob mentality here, Eagle. They have they'll give you a card for anything. They'll give you a card for anything, and you can buy smoke all day long at $60 an eighth, or you can buy vape pens all day long, or you can even buy Rick Simpson oil at $70 for the little tube. I don't even know. I'm sure what is it, a milliliter or something, a thousand milligrams in a tube. I think it's $75 for that. It just seems it's black market prices for something that you're calling a medicine. Black market era prices back in the day when an eighth of fire was, for around here it was like $50 for a real good. We called it hydro. I guess hydro now people are saying soil's the best, but that's what they're charging. And how can you tell me that it's okay to have this flower, but only if I buy it from you? Only if I buy it from one of the 5 or 6 people that are allowed to grow and process in our state. And here's an exorbitant price that we're not going to help you with at all. And it burns me up, man. And so I figure, to hell with it, man. I don't draw any attention. We're very, very laid back. So we don't party, we don't drink, we don't have, as far as our neighbors are concerned, we're very calm, middle-aged lamos. We don't leave as much as maybe some other people. It's because we're always in here doing stuff, in the grow room and shit. So it's a quiet thing. I try not to be flashy, or that's why I don't show my face. It's not. I'm just not comfortable with that. And I will
in
someday
time.
probably. Yeah, even when it becomes legal, I might still think like I don't want all these people coming out of the woodwork thinking, "Holy shit, man, you haven't told me for the last 10 years that you've been doing this, and I've known you this whole time." I always wondered why the one room was off limits, your storage room or whatever. So yeah, it's tough. It's gonna be
Oh man, that moment is fun. That moment is fun. I've got fucking nephews that are getting older. Okay, I'm no
yeah.
spring chicken, man. My kids are fucking what, 26, 22, and 18. All right, that's how my kids are. So my nieces, nephews are that age. You know what I'm saying? Right around
Yep.
that age. So fucking 18, you can smoke legally here. And 20, most definitely. Most of the ones that I talk to or getting ready to talk about are in the 22 range. Definitely
Okay.
legal to smoke.
Oh yeah.
And I went to a few cups with them like the last few years.
Oh
So it
man.
was not only the coming out that, hey, I've been growing. Actually, as I talked to them, they were like, we kind of thought, you know what I mean? Well, good. You kind of thought, and now here's the reality of it. Come on,
Oh
let's go into this cup where, you know, a
yeah.
ton of people are gonna know your uncle. Don't let
Ah
this shell shock you. But when we walk through this door, a lot of people are gonna
no.
approach us.
Yeah. Ah, I bet that's a great feeling
Such a
though,
fun
man.
moment.
Yeah, I bet. I
Uh,
bet. That sounds like you had a blast there. And it's cool now that they know the cool Uncle Eagle. If they know where to go. They know where to get good information, good smoke, stuff they know where what's been done to it, what's been sprayed on it, or better yet, what's not been sprayed on it, shit like that. The days
that's
of going to the days of heading across the tracks to the seedy underbelly of your town to get a bag of buds is getting that uncomfortable feeling is hopefully gone to the wayside, and we can now be everyone can just be adults about it. Our state can get on board here.
Well, I hope so, man. And like as you were saying, paying the fucking $60 and all that shit. Fuck
That's
all
crazy.
that, man.
Yeah.
Why grow it yourself? There's such a, like we said earlier, man. There's such a great side to the cultivation side of it, man. It's such a zen moment.
Oh
It
yeah.
has tons of therapeutical uh, benefits for you. But what's the terrible side of it? Most people that are growing are what? Spreading their wings and fucking learning,
Yeah.
researching shit. Oh God, it's so horrible. This growing
Yeah.
at home, most people I've seen, from all works, all fucking backgrounds, you know, growing with the plant, spreading
Yeah.
their, you wanting more and more knowledge. Shit, once you scratch, I mean, cocoa is fun, but once you dip your feet into the soil and want to really understand what's going on there, and
I know.
I'm one of them. I kind of giggled a little bit when you said something about it earlier about I don't really care what happens, what's going on there. I've been that grower for a long time, man. Just fucking mixing up new soil or buying soil every time, new times. Oh yeah, it works fine. I don't even give a shit what's going on under the hood there. You know
Right.
what I mean? Just let me
Yep.
run this bitch. But once you want to understand what's actually going on there, man, that's a deep rabbit hole, man. There's
Oh,
tons, and it just sucks you in, man.
in,
Every book just makes you want to buy another book, another book, another book,
it
and
seems
it's
like the more I learn, the more I realize what I don't know. And I guess that's probably true in other aspects of life, but it's definitely true because, we got into lighting and I felt really good about getting a nice grasp on lighting. And then plant physiology come along. Then, like we were mentioning, the soil matrix and all these fungi and bacteria and beneficial microbes. And then you get into the IPM and different things. Like I've been hearing about that hops latent virus and trying to figure out, we've just what's systemic, what's this botrytis, and so you go down all these different rabbit holes, and you know, just it never stops breeding, and you know, trying to figure out some breeding, trying to figure out. I like I mix up my newts here. One thing we've been trying to go. One thing I've been trying to figure out is okay. So if I take all my nutrients in front of me here, we have our 0 10 10 on our liquid cool bloom, which by the way I don't use very much of at all anymore. But like our micro here is 501. When you go through here and you add up all these numbers and you take the dose that I have on the wall and you add that to 1 gallon, how do I figure out my parts per million for that gallon or that liter, being that I guess liters would be easier. That's something I've been on a quest to find out. Like, so if I have this schedule going right here and I've cut out the cool bloom seems to be very antagonistic with the CalMag in my setup. So I've cut it way back. I see very bad results when I try to go heavy on the on the heavy on the P and K with this cool bloom. And I think it was Grow More Stress Less on Instagram recently posted a paper about over application of phosphorus in hydroponic situations. And I think that I found that to be spot on for what I saw. And it's just my personal observation, which everybody knows now the limits of that. So, but I noticed this schedule. What I was trying to figure out is if I mix this schedule into 1 liter or 1 gallon, what would my parts per million nitrogen be? What would my parts per million of all the single elemental things? And like, there's really no good reason for me to want to know that, Eagle. It's just curiosity that drives me. And maybe it will help me somewhere down the line that I just can't see yet. You know, I'm not that ignorant or whatever to think that won't help me. But those are things that I get lost in the rabbit hole. And I get people on this show, I'll be able to talk to them and get a picture of a lot of these things that I really just curious about. And just want to know more, you know, about things and check out these new studies coming out about. There's that one the other day I seen Mr. Toad there was in chat, had commented on it, was about the they had Chad Westport had that guy on his show about this what's that called, the genetic mosaicisms and shit and clones. Now I gotta say right off the bat, a lot of that shit went right over my head, but there was certain points where I was getting the gist. That PhD student that he had on was very smart about it. So made it kind of easy for us to understand. And that's the kind of rabbit holes that I'd like to go down and try to figure a few of those things out. Even if they don't really mean nothing to me now, they may in the future. And I don't know, I guess just learning has become fun. I wasn't this way in high school, or I wish I would have been, but now when it comes to this subject and having the fun that we do, that's where I've gone with that, you know?
Right on. Well, again, it's going to be a fun journey for you. I can't wait to see how it progresses for you.
So, if you don't mind, man,
I don't
ahead,
miss
I'm
those
sorry.
bottles, so
Really?
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't miss
Okay.
that shit at all.
So you mix your own soil. We can go right to that. You mix your own soil over there. I saw you had two types of soil up against each other on Instagram, Stonington blend or something, and
That's the one I'm actually kind of stuck with now. I ran like 5 different ones. The Coast of Maine, the Stonington blend's the one I enjoyed the most. At one
okay,
point, I did make soil, the super soils, but it's too space. I don't have a whole lot of space to let soil sit cook. Basically, I'm a caregiver here in Michigan. I'm allotted 72 plants. That's a lot of soil to be cooking,
yes, it
for
is.
the next round. So I ran cocoa for the longest time, and I'm just kind of this last year getting back into the soil. As far as nutrients and shit like that, I kind of shook that shit, went to the salts. I appreciated the salts. I cut all that. I didn't like all the inputs. A little bit here, this bottle here, this bottle there. I seen a lot of the shits I did, the shot glass, the syringe, because you're only using 2.5 of this and the fucking
Yeah.
1 mil of that. I don't mix that at all. You know, for me, I got away from that shit. I just decided to start mixing bigger batches, 5 gallons at a time, 20 gallons at a time, so it was easier measurable for me. But yeah, soil eliminated that whole table right there. That pH pen, fucking all them inputs. Yeah, I don't miss none of
Hmm.
that shit at all, to be
I
honest with
hear
you.
I hear that a lot, and
I
I
never
definitely.
even, when I ran that shit, I never even went by their charts. I always cut that shit in half. I always went with a soil mentality. For one, I kind of figured if it had to be flushed, then it wasn't the nutrient program for me. And for two, I always went with the soil mentality. If I fed it at half strength all the time, then it would always be available there. And I wasn't pushing it too hard, you know. So I never even went by that push chart that the nutrient companies usually sell. They're trying to sell you bottles. They want to,
Oh,
they want to see you push that shit.
hey, you know what the EC is on these plants. Our max EC, this whole grow, never reached. Well, this is the inflow. Our inflow never topped 1100 or a 1.1. And we actually backed it way down. When we hit the ripen, we were already at 900, but we stay low because, and people have told me you're underfeeding your plants. We've actually had people say that, and I maybe their setup's different, but I've never had any luck with really pushing a high EC. The way it's explained to me is the osmotic pressure or whatever. When you have your high EC going on your roots, if it's higher than the root zone EC inside the root, water always migrates to a less salty solution. So it's going to pull them, it's going to pull the moisture out of your plant if you're running a high EC. And or water always gravitates to a more salty solution. I'm sorry, I think I messed up there, but you know what I'm saying. So I've always found it to be, and one point I like to always make is this is my personal observation, is that when I run a high EC, I always get that nitrogen toxicity looking shit. Somehow the nitrogen, and this is something I'd like to learn too further into, is somehow the nitrogen becomes preferentially taken up. And I don't really understand how that works, but I noticed that it does happen. And so I like to run a low EC. It's really easy to come back from a low EC. You'll lose your turgor pressure or and your leaves will get droopy if you go too low, which I've done before, and they'll start to look a little pale, and boom, this, Eagle, you hit them with the right EC or up at 100 or two in the next couple ferts, and they pop right back, man. And that's an easy way to come back. It's very unstressful. And it's not stressful to the plant, and from what I see, it works really good, and you can kind of ease them along, and with pushing them just never really did anything for me. It just seemed to, my wife says I'm crazy, but I swear I can taste nitrogen toxicity in a bud when I'm smoking it. If a plant's been nitrogen toxed, you can taste that in a bud, and call me crazy, but but the appeal of losing the salts is big on me. The laborious task of this is definitely not lost on me. I would I appreciate a soil grow for sure. There's a big debate versus is soil grown weed a superior product? I mentioned earlier, when I was younger, if someone told you they had some hydro, that automatically clicked something in my mind to think a superior product. And I think that was just the implication all around back then in my circle and where I was at. But nowadays, it seems like people are shitting on this style of growing in front of you. I find it to be easy. Hopefully, with the proper curing techniques and shit, I'll see some better results. But I'm very, very curious, Eagle, to really get into the soil when they make it legal here, especially like an outdoor setting. I'm not big on having that shit in my house. Maybe if I had a different setup down in the basement, if it was legal, I guess that would make sense. It'd be easier. But as far as the situation I'm in now in this bedroom, it's not a good situation for soil for me. So it's for that reason and the simplicity of it. I don't like change. I've got a decent setup here. We're semi-successful, as you can see, and have been for a while using this system. We used to use mega crop from Greenleaf Nutrients, and then we switched to this here General Hydroponics in 2019, I believe it was, and really dialed it in. And I don't want to change because of the results I'm getting. And when I do have more space, more availability to not have to hide, I will definitely look forward to cooking some cooking some soil. I see, I even have it saved in my phone. Someone shared, I think it was a Subcools mix, and someone shared a Coot mix, and I have them saved. I don't know if I'll be able to find them, but I know I saved them in there somewhere, man. And that shit's appealing to me. And I hear Brandon Russ talk about front loading soils. I think maybe, I don't want to misquote him, and doing, like, he tests his exudates, I believe, and that tells him how to change his soil. That shit's all very appealing. And I think it was me and Aaron the grower talking about soil grown buds. He said that he feels that there's certain compounds in there that do make it a very different product. And the reason, and my next question to that Eagle was, has anyone tested this? And he said they do kind of, but his notion was, and I'd never thought of this, this is why I'm mentioning him by name, is they don't test for a lot of the really small trace amounts, and we don't know how those affect people, I guess, at this point, or how they have coherence with the entourage effect. So that shit's all pretty wild to me, and I'd love to be able to grow some buds, get a 5-pack of seeds, grow 2 indoors and like this in salts and 2 out back in soil, and really test it. That's something I definitely look forward to. So but for now, that will be the salts for us, and maybe some hydroponics.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on the salts.
I didn't mean to imply that
not
at
by
all.
but no, I know. I'm just saying, it's definitely not me, man. I just made the switch back to soil for simplicity reasons. I'm right there with you, man. I actually think, soil does bring out some good things. It's definitely a cheaper way to roll. That's for sure. I found, and more simplistic. But I've ran some very tasty strains, loud terps, and I've heard people talk, well, nutrient programs can make all different strains taste the same. I never found that to be true too. I've ran several different strains in these tents, and each one standing out on their own with the same salt nutrient programs. So I'm not shitting on salts at all. If that's what works for you, brother, cheers to you. Obviously, you're doing fucking well, brother. I ain't knocking your system at
Oh
all, man.
yeah.
You're doing good, brother.
Yeah, I wanted it to, like, part of my quest here is to learn, because I think we can all agree that soil is probably the hardest. It has the most things that you need to grasp, like with the microbes and all the different aspects that go into building a good soil. Like, I would like to have a soil pot or a soil bed that I can plant my seed and run it from beginning to end, just giving it water, and I've been searching for the difference between living soil and no-till and super soil. What are all these different things? Who's dragging a till through their pot, as my friend Dr. Coco said, or something? I thought that was kind of a funny little quirk there. But these are all things that I'd like to know and dig deeper into. And the soil will definitely be a big part of this moving forward. And that's the Fox Farms and shit. I'm not big on. I really don't want to use that. I think you have some like connoisseur soils. That's how I look at those ones, that some of the ones that you're using. Coast of Maine, I've always heard good things about that. I remember when I first started hearing about different. You remember hearing about Kind soil, KIND? I think they used to advertise. You throw a pack of their Kind soil in the bottom of the bucket. You top it with topsoil and let it go. And then by the time you're in flower, I guess their reasoning is that you'll be down into that hot soil and it'll work out good for you. But, these are all things that I thought that was a pretty interesting concept there as well. to try out maybe someday.
Right on. Well, it's always good stuff. Good. Well, with the show coming, that's always good ideas for content later on.
Yeah.
For sure.
I wanted to let you guys. I wanted to talk about this
keep
Cantron,
those
man.
keep those ideas busted. All right. What are we
Yes.
talking about here? The cure-all?
Yeah, man, this thing's big on my list lately. I'm excited to have it. Me and my wife saved up. We were saving money and we decided to spring for this thing, man. I wanted to say that I feel, when we cure Eagle, I want to go into that first is we've lost a lot of buds to a bad cure. And I try my damnedest to follow the 60-60. And with that being said, we've had some that were really amazing cures. Obviously they were doing wonderful. And, but we've had a lot of them that were bad. Like we recently this summer, the shit I was smoking now, which I call it shit. It's not bad. I mean, it's just not, always expect more than, and I know that it's not our top quality. So anyhow, for some of those reasons that we have to keep everything in this one room for other, the legality, like we talked about earlier. So with all that, we kind of try to, it's hard to have a grow going and cure all in the same room using this as a long room. Everybody understands that whole dilemma. So we were doing the best we can and we just got tired of losing shit, man. Losing buds to just not like they come down beautiful. They're in the freezer down there waiting to be washed, smelling great as the day they come down. But the smoke that we're smoking tastes like, some reg, man, that you don't really it's utilitarian smoke at this point. It's not very enjoyable. But anyhow, we went ahead and sprung and bought this Canatrol, and pretty much I was able to call the guy that actually invented this box and talk to him personally today, him and his wife. His name's Dave and his wife's name was Jane, and they were very, very nice people, very down to earth, talked to me, explained all the stuff, didn't try to rush me off the phone. And they even sent us out a nice box of swag and for calling them and trying to get some information. But the main thing that I wanted to point out with this is a couple things that we noticed was, so the guy that I talked to there said the main product that the test that they ran, he gave me some numbers and he said a big thing about curing is you want to control the rate at which moisture leaves your product. And he says, if you're smelling, you don't want to smell the buds. He said, if you're smelling it, that's the terps that you want to keep in there. So they created this box, man. And what it does is it doesn't run on humidity. It runs on dew point. So it has a temperature and a dew point setting. And what that does is, as I mentioned, so the dew point is the actual amount of moisture in the air versus potential humidity, or relative humidity is relative to the temperature. So they use a dew point. And the way the guy explained it to me was, and I hope I don't get this wrong or get squirreled here, but he said, if you take a square box, it's sealed up totally clear, and you put a teaspoon of water in it, he said, if you heat that room up, the teaspoon of water will be in the air and the relative humidity will go up. If you cool it, it'll go down, but the water in there never changes. You still have the same amount. So, and he said the reason that people always shot for 60 and 60, and the way, because most of us shoot for that 60 degrees Fahrenheit, 60% humidity. And he said that was to try and keep the moisture down because, that's the big thing is he said, it's not so much temperature. I always thought you'd want to be a lot cooler than 68 degrees, but he said that in their studies, most terpenes and shit are volatile above 68. So he said 68 found out to be perfect. And you mess with the dew point, and that controls the moisture leaving our product here. So we can click this and turn the light on. This thing was $1,600, Eagle. That's a lot of money. That was shipping and everything. But it has, this is a sponge that you constantly, after the first day of drying, you keep this sponge in there all the time. And it's part of what I just said. It keeps a certain moisture so where the machine can slowly extract it and keep everything. So what you're doing here is you're pretty much just, it has a 4-day dry cycle, and then it has a 4-day cure cycle, and then you can hold buds in there as long as you want. This acts as just like a big ass mason jar that you don't have to burp. So when the moisture does collect in here, it comes around. So what they supply is like a trough here that hangs in the back of this machine. And this trough has, I don't know if I'll be able to get it on my camera here, but there's a little nipple that comes out there in the back that would drip right into the trough. But I took it off and I hooked that hose up, and I have that hose going down into a little pitcher here, and you can see there's moisture in there now, but I kind of rigged that on. And I talked to the guy today, like I said, that invented it. He said that's a great idea and that he doesn't frown upon people doing that. And they had thought about it, but he said there's reasons behind why they didn't do it. So that's how the moisture leaves. It controls the dew point by having that waterlogged thing in there, the sponge, and it dries off the back. Now they did do tests. Let's see here. I wrote it down for you because I wanted to tell people. So it has a dry bulb in there to test the heat. I guess that's what a dry bulb was for. I wasn't really sure about that. So he said that they did a side-by-side test, and the way they did it is they grew some plants and they harvested all from the middle of the plant. They left the top and they left the real lows, and they harvested from the middle, and they put half of them into a regular 60-60, like a tent dry situation. And then they used the box here, the Canatrol box, and he said it retained 60% more terps. And again, I'm quoting the guy that invented this, and he was okay with that. So I'm not an affiliate for this. This is something we bought, Eagle, to try and help us with our cures. It holds 2.2 pounds of wet bud, and it will long-term store 5 pounds. So we thought it might be a really good investment to never really have to, hopefully, this is our first run with it. So I can't say that it works great because I would be lying. I don't know, but so far it seems to be kicking ass, man. It just seems really cool. After knowing all the science behind it, I'm definitely sold. But anyhow, it had 20% more potency. And he said in a large operation, they build these things that they can cure up to 1,000 pounds at one time. And they build them in these large commercial situations. And he said that they've noticed 3 to 7% yield from saving cannabinoids and terpenes and terpenoids and all the different things that come along with that. And it was a very stimulating conversation, great people. And like I said, we're running it the first time right now, and we're hoping this thing will help us from ever losing another cure. I got to say, I was never a fan of the My Herbs Now dryer. I know our friend Jack uses one with great results. I've never even tested a joint to come out of it. Just the concept of that machine had me put off a little bit. I don't know if you use one, Eagle, or if you ever have or smoked
Yeah, I
from
was
one.
one of the first people to use it. First
Listen,
testers to have it. I got 2 of them right here.
I feel like it's this might sound bad. I don't know. I'm just talking. We're just bullshitting friends here, right? So I feel like that machine is a repurposed. Somebody saw the cannabis industry as a gold mine and said, let me grab some of these dehydrators, slap a sticker on it, and see if we can get them to use it. But I've always been curious to try the bud out of it. But the 96-hour thing, I was just, is that, if I'm not misquoting, I believe it's 96
it's the same
hours.
4 days that you got on your machine there.
So maybe I was giving it a bad rap, man. You know, it just sounded too good to be true or something. But this thing, I'm really curious to try it out. We're going to do the videos on it. I'm going to keep people posted. Again, I'm not an affiliate with these people. I don't make any money from anybody buying them or anything. I just think it's cool. I think, I'm proud to have it, man, because that's an expensive item for us, Eagle, and it's fun. It's fun to have stuff in our hobby that and my old lady was pushing for this. This is one of the things, like she woke up one day, she rolls over, she's like, did you order it last night? And I'm like, no, I still haven't got the dimensions on it yet. I'm curious of how big it really is when it comes. So she had us out here. We got the dimensions and she had me out here with cardboard pieces. And she's like, hold this up. We're going to get a visual. We held up these cardboard boxes to get a look at this. And I was like, you know what? That's bigger than what I thought, man. And so we went ahead and pulled the trigger and ordered it. And then 4 of my other friends ordered it. A couple of them are in chat. And yeah, and now they're using it. Crack Babies DWC in chat, there's a good friend of ours. He bought one like the same day, and he's already used his twice. He loves it. He says he breaks a bud open, man. And I think he used his about, I don't want to say it wrong, I think it's 2 or 3 weeks now. It would have been curing in his, and he said he breaks a bud open and it's just something amazing. So we're excited to see what's up, and to really not lose any more cures. And we'll be able to tell people. I don't even know what the Curador is, but I've seen a few people have one, and I'm curious to see if this is something that will match up to that, or a new market item somebody can try to get into if they need help, or if they can, if you have the money, it might be something worth. I know guys that now that I've been Googling it, or like going on Instagram and finding other people, some people have 2 or 3 of them lined up. So I figure they must be doing pretty good.
Yeah, I definitely like the amount you can dry and store. I'm not doing no 2.5 wet in my irons now machine, that's for sure. And I'm definitely not storing 5
Okay.
for a long term.
Right.
So, it's
Well,
definitely
this
a nice machine for sure.
one,
And I
it
like
has
the capability that you can get a bigger unit than that. Yeah. Super cool. That's for sure.
they have one you walk in, man. I think it's like it might not, I think it's a small room. It's like $35,000. And I think that's only 120 pounds. I want to say 120, not only, but compared to their biggest one, which is 1,500 pounds, I believe at a time. She said was their biggest one they ever built. And yeah, so I wanted to mention it has
So do
on
they
the,
suggest leaving the stems in there for moisture purposes? Just curious.
you don't have to. The reason I did just, you know what, I wasn't thinking, Eagle. I'm so used to just cutting them down, trimming them, and hanging them up with the stems. That's just the way I did it. I never bucked them until I took them down from the dry. So we had them all set up, and I'm thinking, well, they'll fit. That was that little plant I showed you over there. I figured they'll all fit with the stems. Let's see what it does with that. And it's handled the moisture well. And there was nothing against that, but it was not needed. Like when we harvest this one, I'll obviously have to chop the buds up and set just buds only on there and try to pack it full without overpacking it. Because it says right in the thing, if you overpack it, you can get mold, and it's kind of, you got to use some common sense. But I plan on just kind of, filling them up nicely and seeing how we can do here. And I'm gonna put some in for hash. We like to make a hash here, and we make a lot of oil for ourselves. We usually do that once or twice a year. We'll make a couple of jars of coconut oil, and we wash hash every winter, and then we try to save it for a year. But this year I'm almost out, man. I only have a little bit left, and here we are ready to wash again. It didn't make it for the year cure. I think I could put hash in there. I didn't ask the guy, but I plan on putting my hash in there too, man. I figured what better, I could set up the controls, drop it way down so there's no mold, and really dry it out good. I mean, I was running that through my mind earlier. I figured I could make it cool and dry. That would be perfect, like an Afghani cave where them guys really get the good cure,
Right. Yeah, I'm sure that would be a good experiment there. I use my
Yeah.
dryer for my hash. To be
Do you?
honest with you. Yeah, I do.
Well, it's good to know.
I lay some parchment in there and fucking set my hash in there. Label each one of the racks what micron, It works
Nice.
well. I actually
That's
did a
his.
side by side where I did like I was just breaking it up, and then I had some in the herbs, my herbs now machine in patty form. And man, I was so impressed how the machine did it. I actually took all the hash I had in that and put it all in the fucking machine to finish out. It's how impressed I was with the giant system like that. Hopefully, you get the same out of that thing. That's a
Yeah,
really cool machine. I
I've heard
like the.
some.
I'm a little techie guy myself, so I like the digital readouts and all that shit. It's it's a cool thing.
It has what they call, so it runs a 4-day cure or a 4-day dry, 4-day cure, and then it can hold. Now you can change the settings in there. They have what's called a step and slope or something, and I kind of got a little lost on that. But what it is you set that up. I equated it in my mind as flipping to 12-12. You can go from straight from the 4-day cure to a long-term holding, like bam right now, or you can set it up yourself to slowly guide into that and kind of get like a longer curing session if you want to. And after talking to Dave, he said you can play around with that. And that's when my question came up was, would it be better if I make it chillier in there? And he goes, it's interesting that you say that. And he said, no, we found through tests that is the optimal, to what we have it set at is optimal, And I was thinking, wow, this is we got to run it and try it, I guess, and maybe tweak it a little bit and see how the results are. It'll be fun to mess with over the course of grows, but I definitely wanted to get to touch on that. And, I'll be probably talking about that in future things too, if people are interested. Because you know what, Eagle, I don't think curing gets as much talk as it should. And that might sound cliche or whatever, but it's the truth, man. I think a lot of people have messed up cures and they just kind of don't even tell anybody because they'll be looked at as a less than grower, or that it might hurt their confidence or something, maybe. Or
You
maybe, I
haven't
don't know.
aged a few jars, and I don't think you've actually grown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just a confidence crusher, man. We grew 4 beautiful plants. They faded beautiful. We got them out and we hung them up, and then they all just come back like horrible. I'm thinking, damn, man, what good is it if you can't get it to the end? And I think a lot of maybe new growers lose that sight of yeah, you did good, man. You coaxed it clear into third base, but you still got to get it home, and that's the cure. And you really can drop you can get tagged out at home if you don't cure right and lose everything that you've built up to this point. And it's just not, it can be heartbreaking. I think something like that might even maybe turn some new growers off. If you grew a nice plant, you're trying not to buy your smoke or your medicine, and you got all this time and trying to invest it into it. Because I think for a new grower to run a plant 3-4 months, I think we all remember it seems like a long time. You're like, shit, so you don't want to put someone off by having them get a bad cure and their shit just molds up or whatever. So I think that's something in my quest moving forward, that curing would be, because there's a million
I
germination,
think it's
you know?
curing's like bringing it home. I think more or less it's the drying thing that people don't necessarily have figured out. Curing should be just that last little bit of wicking out the moisture and storage, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah. You
I
know what,
think
Eagle? You're right. I'm mixing up my terms. When I say cure, I mean everything after the harvest is pretty much what I'm getting at.
eh,
As soon as and I should be more specific, but I'm talking after it's cut down.
no, not here, brother. Not here.
I see.
Fuck no.
I don't. I got you.
Well, it is a good subject because a lot of people do fuck up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My worst curing experience when I first started using the jars was fucking. I pickled a batch of some fucking just beautiful OG Kush. That's no word of a lie. Pickled it, Spot. Pickled it. I had it fucking all nice and dried. I had it on. I dried it on the racks. It was ready to be jarred off. And I'm like, and I wasn't jarring things back then. You know, this is back when the fucking I first heard sub doing it. And of course, like anything else, new grower, you want to jump on that fucking
Yeah.
bandwagon. And with
You
that
got
being said, too, and don't get me wrong here when I say this. Growing fucking weed is easy. Growing good weed is a little bit harder, but it's still fucking easy. You know, but there is
oh
a
yeah.
science to it. And I think a lot of these, like when you said, oh, I'm sorry, I should be learning the proper terminology. Yeah, that's nice in certain environments, but I think these, a lot of the cannabis stuff that's out there now is nice for the next level grower. You know what I mean? That wants to
Yeah.
know how soil works. But we again, you can grow weed without knowing all that shit. I sometimes think all the proper terminology and people correcting other people kind of deters newbies. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Oh, I don't know the
Yeah.
terms. Oh, I don't
Yeah.
want to speak up. I don't want to ask questions. I don't want to
Yeah.
seem dumb. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, yeah, don't
Yeah.
worry about that here. You know
See,
what I
I'm
mean?
glad
You
I'm
know,
glad you point that out
no,
because I
the
never
only
thought of that.
stupid question is the one not asked.
I
You know,
I
that's the way I feel.
I could appreciate that, and I can see that. Yeah, I definitely understand there, and uh, yeah, I
But back
guess,
to the drying thing,
yeah,
I didn't finish my story. I got sidetracked. So I'm
yeah,
following the curve there, trying to be Johnny Cool, fucking like everybody else. And I go out and I'm jars. I'm like checking all the cabinets, fucking no jars. I'm not fucking jarring, you know, mason jar. I'm not jarring vegetables. You know what I mean? At that
yeah.
time, you know, so I don't have fucking mason jars. The only thing I could find were fucking nice sized pickle jars. And I'm
Oh
like, cool, score. Fuck yeah.
no.
So I take all that fucking bud and I shove it in there. And I go out
Uh,
there about a fucking week later and I crack it open and it's fucking pickles. It's locked in the cap. All that smell is locked in the cap. And all that OG that I grew now smells like fucking pickles.
oh,
Tastes like pickles. Still great weed, but fucking pickles nonetheless. It was beyond hay. It was straight up fucking pickles.
oh man,
So, yeah.
and
So,
and
you
and it
know,
ruins the experience, man.
oh, fuck yeah, it does.
It
Let me tell
ruins
you,
the
that was
experience.
that when you grow and that's all you're stuck with, and every day you come home, because I'm a carpenter, man. Same thing, man. You come home from a 10-hour day and you enjoy a pickle joint. It's not so satisfying.
Oh shit. Oh, you got me busted, man. uh, I know the feeling because the last few days it's been like, man, I'm down to like I have some good hash, you know. I got some good keef. Like I mentioned, I put some in these joints I'm smoking now, and it kind of helps cover up some of that, but it's not the best cure. And you know, like you said, if you grow for even a few years, you're going to find yourself in a spot here or there, I imagine, where you're going to be low on weed or have to smoke the shit you really don't, you know, you're gonna have, we always have them couple jars that just ain't the best, you know, it's the last of the, it's got all the shake in it or whatever. And but man, the pickles, that's a good one. I've had jelly jars and I've used jelly jars before, but never pickles. That's like horseradish or something, man. That's
I,
be careful.
so what I learned from that experience is A, just go buy some fucking jars.
Mm-hmm.
B, if you have to reuse that fucking jars, those lids, you can actually pack that lid with fucking Vaseline, and the Vaseline will pull that shit right out of that lid and make
Wow.
it just as good as new through the next phase.
You
So
know, I
that's what I
thought my,
learned through that.
that's good. That's good to know that the Vaseline pulls that out of there. Wow. Huh. Wonder who thought of that to try it, you know?
I can't remember what website I
Yeah.
found that shit on, but
I
that's
I would
true.
think
It
maybe
actually
putting I would think maybe putting saran wrap over the top and then spin your lid on or something might help, but that might get tedious having to change it all the time or having it tear or something. But off the top of my head, yeah, I would say if you can't even find jars, you'd be better off probably. What do you think, Eagle? Maybe go into the local grocery store and grab some turkey bags, toss your shit in turkey bags, and try to work with it that way if you could.
Paper bags, brown paper bags work really
Yeah,
well for like a stupid non-cured process. Turkey
for
bags work
sure.
really well too. But if we want to get back to the like drying thing, I think that's where a lot of people mess up is just that drying phase, not knowing exactly when to put it into the jar. And
Yeah.
a lot of these machines like that thing there help take a lot of the, like we're talking about, the idiot thing out of it necessarily. Same thing with the My Herbs Now. I was a big critic on it too. And again, I'm not fucking, I don't not, I have that banner back there, but that's something they said. I did work with them at one time. I no longer work with My Herbs Now, but I still love the machine. I learned a lot from that experience. I wanted, when that thing landed on my doorstep, I wanted to tear it apart just like everybody else did, to be honest with you. But I actually learned a lot from that whole process. It wasn't as bad as it said, like I thought it would be. It
Right.
actually took the terps, kept real terpy weed. I've judged a few high times events. I've smoked that weed with a lot of people, and nobody's went like, "Wow," I've actually fucking harvested, put it in the machine, took it 3 days later to a cup and smoked it with people who are going, "Man, that shit's fucking tasty as fuck." So I don't necessarily, and by the way, I get the whole dehydrator thing. I think that's just it's just I think because it looks like it basically. And
Well, I was
again,
going to
maybe I
say
don't.
that's an unfair
I know
assessment.
for a fact it runs like half the temperature. I think it's trying to run around 70, 80 degrees. I think that's like his trade secret. Sorry, Scott. That we've talked about that. It's got a little processor, and that's what it's trying to keep it at, basically. So it's not like the same 130, I think, that a dehydrator works on right
Yeah.
around that level.
Okay.
So there are some subtle differences, and like again, the moisture thing, he's kind of thought about that. It comes with moisture shot. I'm not trying to sell that, but it's the same. I see a lot of similarities between that and this. But when we kind of talk, we're still talking Brian, because I used to do the same thing as you did there, and fucking the kind of trim run nice and close, hang it on
Yeah.
the stem, and
Okay.
that was a trial and error thing, man. I what I learned from that is, man, I had to. What was my environment like? You know what I mean? If it
Yep.
was real fucking humid and damp, man, I wanted to trim nice and close because I didn't want that extra moisture came around my buds. Cutting things down was another thing I learned. Trying that huge cola is beautiful and it's nice to show your buddies while it's growing, but you don't want to dry and cure that thing. Buck that thing down to fucking next to nothing. Get that stem out of there. But this is what I'm getting to is fucking what I want to pick your brain about because it's the same. Okay, different methods, the same though. I think the 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 whole key of it is getting that flower preserved. It doesn't necessarily matter on the time, but you're wanting to get that moisture out as fast as you can. It's not necessarily uh time, okay, between 4 days or 2 weeks or 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
The processes are different. I think that 4 days of being able to dry it that quick is being able to get it out and preserve it as is. Okay. And that's the
Right.
key thing, as is.
As it comes
Because,
down. Yep.
well, this is what this is just my theory as of late. I think as a rose in a vase, okay, that thing, as you cut that rose off the plant, you put it in a vase, it's still somewhat alive. It's trying to be alive, right? We could say the same about the cannabis, correct? It's still alive. It's still kicking. It's still got moisture in it. It's still breathing. You give it light, it's still trying to do shit.
Yeah. If you cut a rose and put it into a cup of water with some dye, doesn't it draw up into the leaves and shit? after it's cut, you know.
Yeah.
So it's still working, it still has mechanisms going. I agree 100%. I like what
So
you're saying here.
the faster we can dry it, get that moisture out of it and put it into a preserved type state, we're freezing it in time at at harvest, you know, that in particular state. Now, what I kind of think about the 60-60 type method that we've all heard about, and that method's so much better, whatever. I think the plants, it's a whole different theory. You know what I mean? It may have some benefits one way or another. We've always been taught that, you know, leaving the leaves on there and letting them surround the buds, again, holding the terps in. I think
Yeah.
that might be part of it, but I think it's more nutrition and water availability through that 60 and 60. So
Well,
you're giving it a little bit longer of a lifespan, keeping the temperatures down, letting it slowly suck off the leaves and use what nutrition it's still got. And again, it's been cut and it's now thinking it's dying. So I think it's actually telling the buds and everything else, we're going through a different, you know, panic. I don't think it's the drying phase. I think it's two different methods. You know, it's dying out slower. And that's
Gotcha.
not necessarily, you know.
That seems to be.
What's your thoughts?
I think I like everything you said there. That's a whole different way of someone else voicing it, and I think I wanted to ask you this. So somebody had mentioned this, and I wanted to see what you thought, or maybe someone in chat. I'll try to look at the chat. Someone mentioned ethylene gas, and they said if you take off too many leaves, like strip all, like I do, we cut ours down and we trim everything tight and then dry them that way. And we've done it before with the leaves, and I didn't notice a difference. You know, I only did it, I think, once, maybe twice. We did it once as an experiment and once out of necessity because we had to roll. We cut them down, hung them up, left, and just kind of trimmed them up later. But I didn't notice much of a difference on those ones we did. So I've never been real gung-ho about continuing that process. Now, I'm not against it. You know, I would definitely be willing to go down that avenue for sure again and leave some more leaves on it. I know people that swear about hanging them whole, cut it and hang them whole. Like Clint Eastwood said, hang them and hang them high, man. And they just take the
Well,
whole
when they
thing
said
down.
that, they also were kind of saying when you hang, you know, a whole plant, let the resin drip down from the stems into the tips of the buds. That's that what you heard back then?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
that doesn't happen now.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I used to hear that you take the top of your plant and stake it down, and all that resin runs into the buds, and it can never come back up over that hump and go back down into the roots again. That's something that I heard, and I kind of believed it. I obviously at the time I was thinking that kind of makes sense, but now I know it's a bunch of bullshit. But yeah, that's funny to hear that kind of stuff. I think the ethylene gas.
As far as
someone was saying, if you trim it. No, someone told me, I can't remember who it was, so I don't want to name it. I think I might remember, but they were saying that they felt that there might have been some study or somebody implied that it's cool to take all the fans off and then leave the sugars while it's drying and to take those off later because it does help control the ethylene gas, either how much comes off, how much gets preserved. I couldn't remember exactly what the mechanism was there, but it had a direct effect with that. I don't know if that's something that's studied in cannabis and had, you know, somebody might know.
This is my thought on that, and there's probably tons of white papers behind this. But my mind tearing apart the process and kind of, you know, pulling it apart and looking at it, I guess. Again, it's just using the nutrient availability. If we're worried about off gassing, it's not an airtight system. You know what I mean? They're mixing and floating off the plant. Is it keeping it tight to the bud enough to make a fucking difference? I don't think so. I really don't. I think that process of off gassing comes in the curing process. That's where that part is important, because then when it's off, I describe it as a stinky gym bag, basically. You know what I
Okay.
mean? They
Yeah.
go in there, each budge goes in there with its different tones, kind of present in it. But as they go into that jar and it goes locked down, not moisture, but the smells, the terpenes kind of come out in the buds of the off gassing is how you put it. There we
Mm-hmm.
go. Let's go get to the technical. You know what I mean?
Yes.
As it off
Uh,
gases, I think it comes out and them terps mix together in that jar and create something new, something special. But just like a gym bag, it's a fiber. That new mixture of smells off gassing gets locked into the material, just like a gym bag. You throw some smelly socks into your gym bag with your clean clothes, you let them fuckers sit in there for a week, and your clean clothes are going to smell like what? Gym socks, right?
yeah. 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 Yeah.
So
That's
that's
a great analogy.
it, it's fiber taking on the new smell. So that during the drying process in a big room where there's a fan, again, as I'm dissecting it, the fan blowing through your room, because that's very important. I don't think that off gassing staying, keeping it right to your buds is making a shitload of fat. You know what I mean?
Well, it
And
makes
again, that's just me.
you're making good points, and that's what do they call this? Critical thinking or something. So it's good to get a group of minds together, and you can see an angle that I never thought of, and vice versa. So I like all those points, and um, the drying, the curing are definitely two separate phases, and I think that kind of is important to probably stress that, because it seems like with this machine, with those people doing tests, it kind of indicates to me that the way this machine runs is that your environment should change from the dry to the cure. You know what I mean? And we know that by putting them into jars, but maybe not as much as I once thought. I once thought that I had to get them dried down slower and I had to do it under colder temperatures. And it doesn't seem to be that way. Some people swear like this is a flex, I guess, for them. They'll say, I cut my shit down, I let it hang for 12 days before I jar it. I'm thinking, if I did that, I'd have powder dust, And so I guess I think a lot of people are under different interpretations of what a good dry and a good cure consists of. And I think this machine, and I think your machine, has given you a better idea of what is important or what it's doing, what it might not be doing. And I think this one will do the same for us, and be able to run this machine and then kind of see where we like the parameters and see consistently good results. And then if I'm on a podcast or on a chat or anywhere and someone asks, what is a good way to dry and cure? Well, hey, here's the numbers that if you could shoot for these targets, it seems like that's your best bet. So, but it is fun to try and figure out exactly what's going on in there. Someone told me, and it sounds like there's enzymes in your plant that are working on the chlorophyll and kind of like getting that out of it, and different things are happening in there. And if you take too much moisture out, those enzymes kind of stop working. And if you leave too much in, then obviously you risk, like, I always feel like it smothers out the terps. If you leave it wet too long, you kind of smother out some of the goodness and you get that ammonia or that smell. Even if you don't find mold, you'll get that shitty smell. And it's great, that be able to have this now and talk to other people. And I like the fact that your system is a little different than what I originally pictured, because I kind of spoke out of turn there. I guess that was an ignorant statement on my part, because I never held one of those machines or anything, and I don't want to diss anybody that's using one or make it seem that way. I like the fact that I was able to learn a little bit more about them today. We find someone with one of those Curadolls and we can get I think that's like the only three things on the market, really, isn't it? I don't know of many other machines out there.
No, there's not too many that I know of, but it's definitely a needed market, I feel.
It needs to be affordable too. Yeah. Now those Myers now dryer, are they back on the market, Eagle? I think they were. Someone said they was.
Yeah, that just actually got my second one. I got my first one back like 2 years ago when he first initially sent me one for review. And then he just sent me an updated model earlier this year. And, yeah, they are available. He's made a few changes to them. And again, I appreciate what you got there for the price difference. And again, I'm not even gonna say prices. I'm not trying to sell this shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Uh,
That's yeah.
there's definitely their differences. I would say, my herbs now is definitely the bottom of the economical version of
Yeah.
what they did there. I think yours is just a lot better of a fucking deal. That's the Cadillac version of the same kind of. But that
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
available. They've made a few adjustments. The moisture thing now is they instead of the moisture shot they used to put in there, they put it's almost like a essential oil diffuser that plugs into the machine that you kind of set next to it that kind of lets it breathe in and up through to kind of keep it wicking a little bit of moisture. I almost like the idea of the moisture shot a little bit better, but I don't know, man. It's just, if you're willing
Yeah.
to, and again, there was a learning curve with the my herbs
Sure.
now. It wasn't a set it and forget it type deal like you guys got. And I think that comes with the Cadillac version. I had, I had a few versions where it didn't work out so well. I had to figure some shit out for myself. Learn to when to turn it off, when to turn. I actually do like a curing phase with mine now. As it gets to like a crispy, I can start to break that stem. I actually shut the machine off now and let it wick out, you
Nice.
know,
And
and
just let
then
it
I'll
hang out
start
there.
it up again. Yeah, I'll let it sit like that for about 3-4 hours, and then I'll go back, hit the machine again. By the time I'm actually done with the machine, it's jar ready. Almost no more burping. Maybe one burp at that. Other than that, it's ready for a long-term store after it leaves the machine. But
Dude,
it's not environment like the Cadillac. I can't.
but still,
I'm
that sounds
emptying the
like
machine and waiting to fucking fill it again. I wish I could store it, 5 pounds, 5 units in there, all perfect. That's nice. That's
yeah. He recommended putting them in brown paper bags, believe it or not. He said he uses uncoated brown paper bags. He said with them running tests, that seemed to be one of the best ways to keep it. He did mention that the window was UV protected on the front of that thing. You can see through it and everything. And I guess that's probably because they know.
I'm glad. I had almost wondered because the light looked blue. Uh
Yeah, it does have a blue
if it
light
was
on
a
it.
UV, is that a UV light in there?
No, it's just a I guess it's just a light so you could see. I think it's kind of makes it cool as far as like a being able to uh present be a presentation piece is the word I'm looking for. You can almost make it like a presentation piece as well, And as far as I know, I didn't bring that up. I just assumed it, and he didn't say anything. That the blue light is nothing. But I did ask about the dry bulb, and I'm like, "What the hell is a dry bulb?" I saw that's in the notes, and he said a dry bulb is simply, and you might already know this, Eagle. A dry bulb is simply the way that you measure temperature. He said like your furnace may have a wet bulb, and I think he mentioned like a thermometer you put under your tongue was also considered maybe a wet bulb, or I don't want to misquote him, but it made sense after he explained it. And I'm thinking a dry bulb is simply a tool to measure temperature. And then there's a separate one for the dew point. And yeah, so the light doesn't do anything as far as but they did say that the front of it is UV. He never mentioned that that's a blue UV light, and I don't think it is. But the front of it is protected. He did mention that they had one that was setting right in front of a window, Eagle, and he said they had like 4 different boxes lined up. One of them got a lot of sun through the window, and it actually, when they tested it, they noticed the degradation from the sun. And he said, even though it has UV protection, it has limits. He goes, you wouldn't want to set it right in front of like a bulb that you're growing under if you have to be in the same space. He goes, or if it has to sit in front of a window that's going to get a lot of sun. He goes, you may want to get some kind of a cover, like put some tint on it, or cover it with a small, maybe some, I don't know, you figure something out, but yeah, I figured that'd be worth mentioning too, is that the sunlight was, we all know that UV sunlight degradation of your terps, and that's supposed to help combat against that. So I tried to ask the guy all the questions, because I kind of explained to him that I can't really recommend your product because I haven't used it yet. I'm excited to have it and use it, and I want to tell people proper information about what I know about it, and that way moving forward, as we review the product coming out, everything's been laid out in a fashion to where they know what's up. So it's a good honest review for people without having they can get rid of the thought in the back of their head that I'm kind of like involved with these people or making money on this or whatever. It's just one grow me to another, like kind of like yours, you're the same way. So
another pro I'd like to throw at this, and I want to throw a boat out into chat. How did they go from fucking pickle terps to now they're talking about butt pickles? I don't know. I miss where chat swung from pickle terps to butt pickles anyways.
That's great. That's great shit. Butt pickles.
One of the fucking pros that about them type of machines is the fact that it shrinks down the drying area. That's one of the things. When I first got that thing, I actually was like, hey, say what you want, but I just took my 4x4 tent and I'm now doing my drying in this little machine, and I'm growing wheat in my 4x4 tent again. That's what I was excited about. Same thing with that machine there, man. It's taken that whole process, shrunk it right down, and now created what could be more growth space versus having to worry about dry area. That's one thing I love about these gadgets.
And that's a good point. There's a guy that we was on an Instagram live this morning, actually. I guess it would have been yesterday morning now, but and a guy had this really cool box, Eagle, that he made. I can say his name if you don't care. His name's Puffy D. I think it's 1974, but he's at Cocoa for Cannabis as Puffy D. He has this really cool box that he built, and he put fans at the top. He has like the AC going. He has this big rack in there. He has a fan at the bottom with an intake and stuff. And it's just this box. He happened to have the space, and he has I think he works in computers or something. So he has those fans and stuff. So I think if you have the technical capabilities, if you have access to the stuff that you need that you can set one up, and you have the space to be able to dedicate it, but then by all means, I would definitely go that route. And you could build he had a big box. I think it was 3 or 4x4 by 7 foot tall, and he had this big rack inside of it, and it was cool as shit, man. He jumped on the live to show us that box because of our Canatrol, and that just kind of, when you mentioned about it does take space away for us. Some people maybe in the chat, or someone might listen, might think, damn, I could make my own space, and it definitely can be done. And I'm sure there's people out there that have it perfectly dialed in, and kudos to that shit, right? Because that's an important step.
I agree. And if it can eliminate a bunch of the headache for some growers, then why not? Why not? I'm all about gadgets and having the right tool for the job. That's for sure. That's the right tool for the job. Look. So let's back to what strains. I heard Amiasis. I've grown out Taos Amiasis. Great stuff.
So,
you're gonna be stoked with what you get there. But are there other genetics that you've got looking forward to running?
You know what? Not really. Not at the moment, man. We have, I should have brought my collection up with me. But I do have a few. There was I want to say it's called a Josh Sour D or something. I don't know if you've heard of that strain. We got them sent to us from a guy in California. We got some watermelon crossed with Mac that he did himself. And he also sent us some Mac V2s that he made himself. So we have a few strains on deck. We have some feminized Girl Scout cookies that we're looking forward to growing. We have some, there's something, a white strain. We have a feminized White Widow, I think, possibly. And those were both 10 packs. So we have a few lined up now. I mentioned MSNL Seeds and having an affiliate program with them. So the guy pretty much told me, they're going to obviously send me some seeds to grow out so I can tag them in the post and stuff. So I'm looking forward to going on their site and picking out a few things that really seem appealing. But I got to say, I'm not, this might sound weird or bad or whatever. I'm not big into I don't have no desire to really grow a runts or anything. I want something more like a Jack Hare or something. I want to consider like a more older strain that's really just has a good long history. I think for some reason that's just where I'm at right now. And so I look forward to getting some more. And it's going to have to be feminized for us. It just makes my life so much easier. So that's going to kind of constrain us on what we're going to be able to get right away. But yeah, well, how about you? What all do you have going, man? I always like to hear other people. I know, if you don't mind, you could tell us what you got behind you. I see a lot of stuff going on, and because I don't
A lot
know.
of the Colombian right now behind me. I'm narrowing down some phenos there that I had because we're doing that. Well, I'm always popping new seeds, so you're always narrowing it down when it comes to regulars. That's the benefit of films, is you're not doing the narrowing down as much, or the pheno hunt. Because when you're doing a 10 pack, of regs, then you get 6, 7 girls. You don't know what you're getting. So of course, as the 7 girls progress, then as they flower and you're looking for keeping them, well, then on average you're taking 2 of each. You know what I mean? To
Yeah.
For the next round, just to make sure you got something, at least one of them roots. So you have to
Okay.
now 6 turned into 14. You know what I mean? Unless you're throwing some around. So you gotta keep narrowing it down until you found that one that you like, and then it's time to start the process all over again. Films, you can actually just throw a couple down, and I've got my strain. You know what I mean? I got the cookies. Throw a couple
Oh,
and something else down, and I got another new strain. You've kind of eliminated some of that work. That's one thing that are nice about the films, for sure. But as far as what's behind me, a crocodile eye from Mr. Spliff, Milkman from Empire Breeding Go. I got some Jelly Bean. I've got some Board 13 from Alex Hardy, who is in chat. I've been passing that around just like yes. I've got some Power Pellets. I got some Primal Punch. I've got some Silverback Gorilla times Primal Punch. I've got some Mac 1 times Primal Punch. I've got some Maui Soda Pop. I've got some 6-shooter. So Citrus Blazer. I've got some BBQ V2, some Xmas. I've got some Jack Skellington floating around, some Columbia, some Dairy Queen, and I just dropped some Ghost OG times Sky Cuddler F3s, crossed by Smiley's Dot Angels. Of course, that's Smiley's Gardens. So that's what is in my garden behind me. So that's my question. My follow-up question to you is, are you ready for the rapid fire that the photos will allow you to have? No more do you have to necessarily use them areas to veg and flower in? You're taking clones, and you can actually have a veg area, and when one flower comes out, you can start your perpetual, your rapid fire system.
yep.
Is that something that could come into play with the new style, the new setup here?
I think to a point. I think right now my plan is, I think the best answer to that is, one, I have to, and you can probably attest to this and a lot of other people, I have to get some more dedicated plugs run to this room first before I do anything. Blowing breakers by trying to run too much shit, you know. And then, oh, this is a used house. It's not used. It's not new. So I'm gonna need to run some more electricity to this room before I can expand
There's
too much.
loopholes around that too.
Yeah.
You can do a day and night like I do. Actually, instead
Yeah.
of running all
Yeah.
at once, you can run that way that you're not pulling all at once. You're splitting it
Yeah.
up. It's
Yeah.
always running, but it's not all one big draw.
Right. And that's definitely something that I've entertained, is to get into this. But I have thought to myself, why try to torture your timings and shit like that? Let's try to maybe get the plugins up here, and which is what I call them, receptacles. You know, we get those ran. But then after that, I was thinking I'd like to have one small tent just for, or maybe get two smaller tents to cram in this room somewhere, and resituate everything, and be able to take clones, maybe keep a mother or something in one small tent, and then have another one for maybe running an autoflower or two, and then, like you said, have a flower and a veg tent or something. But this may mean, to have all those experiments, I may have to downgrade from 4x4s, or maybe one of these 4x4s down to a 2x4 when it comes time to upgrade tents. So moving forward, yeah, I think, especially with legalization, when that happens, whew, my wife will have the living room packed, man. You know, with she'll have a cloning station and everything all over. But that's just me being silly. But yeah, we'll have. We definitely want to get a little bit more of things going on here, because I do want to clone. I had fun cloning that one. Let me tell you how I did it, Eagle. I just went the real simple route, because honestly, I didn't know if it was going to work. And I wasn't even really like pushing it too much, because I was thinking, I don't know how it's going to go, and I don't want anyone to follow this and them fail as well. So, but we did. We made a video. We took this. We topped one of these plants, and all we did was I put some H2O2 and some plain water, and I pH'd it. I want to say to 659. I can't even really remember now. And I scraped back the lower 1 inch, and I made myself a little piece of styrofoam that fit into a top of a solo cup. And then I used the second. So I had a whole bunch of holes in the first one. The second one was like a small reservoir. So I would pick the plant out, dump the lower cup, fill it back up every day, and put that in there. And after about 10 days, we had some nice roots. You could see those pictures on my Instagram if anybody's curious. And then, like I said, it got knocked over and died. But that really, having that success, man, I don't know what it was. It felt good to have our very first clone, you know, and to see it happen. I see it on all the time with all my friends on Instagram and the people that, you know, like on your show, and I see everybody cloning. And I just think that's also an amazing part of this plant. It probably gets lost on some people that clone day after day after day, but I mean, think about that. You cut it off, you're preserving the exact same DNA. You're teasing roots from somewhere that doesn't really seem like roots should be able to come from. And to me, that's cool shit. I want to get into that. I want to get some cloning gel and a cloner and play around with some different things. And yeah, man, that's going to be the answer to your question. We're definitely going to try to change how we do things and become more adventurous. It's only right in the progression, you know.
Don't rush the progression either. Keep leaving a little something to keep you hungry, and
Yeah. And part of that is like me saying I want to get the proper power ran up here. I just think that that's a responsible kind of thing to do. And I know, you know, I'm not trying to. I don't make that. I hope it doesn't come off as discrediting what you said about switching the on and off. But I feel like for Smot, it's just going to put my headspace a little better to have that power up here. So I have more than I need, and I'll feel safe. I'll feel like, you know, I don't have to try and juggle things, have different timers. I can come in here and just handle my business and go. And so I won't rush it too much, but I am excited to get going and do some different things. Legalization will definitely further that for me when that does finally happen. So it'll probably be limited until then, just based on that alone. So, but damn, you got like 70 some plants there. That's a lot of work. That's a full-time job, man.
That's what I was going to kind of throw in a little bit on the day and night thing. Some of that had to do with power reasons, but not so much here. I had a clean box where I'm at. Everything's ran 220. I suggest that to you too, if at all possible. Try to get some 220 up to that space. Everything runs more efficient, cooler. Chris, your equipment lasts a lot longer. It's a lot less of a
Yeah,
power draw. But
yeah,
it wasn't just that reason, though. It was splitting the workload up throughout the day. So it wasn't just power. It wasn't, I just had to be in here from, these amount of hours to get everything done. Now I can, work on this area during the day. At night, I work on this area. It isn't that crunch time every day to where I have to get everything done. That had something to do with it.
yeah, that breaks it up for you. That's very reasonable and probably exactly how things will migrate for us. My wife was nice enough to bring me up a couple of these things that we happen to have on hand. Let's see here if I can get I might have to set my phone down for a second here. But yeah, I got I got two seeds here. I want to shout out my buddy. I hope none of my friends that I don't shout out get upset. So, because I always feel bad about that. There's a lot of people that I'm friends with that help me, that send me stuff or whatever. And I want to make sure I hit everybody. But if I don't, I hope they don't, take it personal or whatever. But this is a Jungle Mac from Capulator, our friend. Nah, we call him Nah. His I'm not sure of his handle. He was in chat earlier. It was Nah Hank 6939, something like that. But he sent us these Jungle Macs, man, and we appreciate it. We're going to try to grow these out. I'm been thinking about waiting on these Eagle, because I'm not prepared yet to really take the clones and stuff. I'm afraid if I try to rush these, I won't be able to keep them around. And I think this seems like a strain that I've been really excited about for a while, the Mac strain. I don't know if that's hype or what, but it just seems like that's some really fire ass shit that I want to try. You ever tried the Mac? I'm sure you have.
I've had the Mac flower. I've never grown it out. The crosses that I've got going through the garden right now will be my first shot at anything Mac.
Okay.
The reputation's kind of put me off. For one, it's kind of necessarily, I want the real deal. I don't necessarily want a recreation. So that's one drawback there. I haven't come across the real deal. And the other part of it for the Mac for me was just the long flower time.
Yeah.
Something that flowers that long, you can do, say, if you even at 12 weeks, 2 runs on that, I can have 3 flips of an 8-week strain and have way more flower than, no matter how good that
Yes.
Mac is.
Right.
You know
It's
what I
not
mean?
economical. Yeah, I agree. And you could get a wide variety. You could get more variety your way. And I totally agree with that. I get it. I'm not much of a monocropper either. And I like what you're saying there. And I didn't know that it was a long flowering strain like that. I got to do this and give a shout out to the Amy Aces, to the American one. I'm excited because I know Jack grew those, you're growing those, and that's going to be really fun. Some of these I'm not sure where I got. My friend OC Grower 76 sent me out these ones. I told you this is the Mac FV2 that he made these. And then here's Watermelon Gelato times Mac V2. And then these here I won these. This is shit, I can't remember now. It's it escapes me. I can't find the paper either. I won these on Instagram from Farmer Fez. He had a guess the weight contest, and I guess 93 grams, and he sent these out. And I feel horrible now not being able to name what they are. Hawaiian Geechee. I think is what it was called, Hawaiian Geechee. I hope I'm not butchering that, but that's what these are. Those are regs. These here, I believe, came from, this is apple strudel, sunset strudel times sour apple killer. I'm not even sure where I got these at, and that's horrible because somebody probably sent me those. Here's that punch DOG. I don't know. You said purple punches aren't your thing, so this probably isn't big for you. This is Resin Head Genetics. Then here's 12 regular seeds from Soulfire Garden. I don't know if you've ever heard of those, but I haven't grown them.
Yeah, he's a good breeder. Oh,
cool.
definitely.
This is Cookie Supreme, has the lineage, the flower time there. So these might be something, if you're giving them a thumbs up, this might be something I'm excited about growing too then. I got those Farmer Freeman tests, so I'll have a couple left over. And then let's see here. This is, I got a Blue Dream. It looks like feminized photo there. I got a white LSD feminized photo periods. That's the one white strain I was telling you about. We're down a couple. I think we gave a couple of those away. Here's two of the do-si-dos that are in front of us here. And then this is Girl Scout cookies photo feminized. So that's what we're sitting on right now. Some of them I'm excited about, man, and other ones I'd never heard of and really don't know if they're really tested, stress tested. And that's something that I mentioned earlier, Eagle, is I'd like to learn more about breeding. I really want to be able to grab a pack of seeds and say, when it says that they're F2s or they're S2s or they're an interbred line, and so I really want to be able to picture in my head, a mind's eye picture of how that seed was made. And right now I don't understand that. I've had friends try to explain it to me and everything, and it's hard. It's a lot, man, so yeah, trying to figure out why some people breed and they get bad traits to come out. Other people do it different ways and they get good traits. So that's going to be part of the quest there moving forward. And that's why it's hard for me to look at seeds and say that I get excited about them, because I'm not sure even how they were made, man. And that's something that, I definitely want to change. I think that's a lot of people, I think a lot of people feel that way.
All part of the journey. Like I said, don't rush it. It'll keep you hungry.
Yeah, no doubt. I bought some books like you were saying, but I never find time to read them, Eagle. But yeah, that's what we got to run out. We're excited to do those. And like I said, we'll be expanding into taking clones and moving up. Yeah, I guess we've been on here for about 3 hours. I don't want to bore everybody or push it. I'm willing to go longer. It's up to you, however this goes. But you got anything else?
I can. I'm good at dragging it out, my friend.
No. If you got anything else you want to talk about, I took a nap today. I got some coffee here. I'm willing to talk about whatever. I'm always interested in learning shit and bullshit. And now I could see the chat there. So if you got anything you want to talk about, I still got one more joint left.
See chat? You want to talk with chat for a second so I can go fucking yell at my dogs and then there? I've been trying to.
Man.
They're barking in the house like crazy.
Dude, I would be definitely. I'd be honored to do that. Check me out, everybody. Taking over the Eagle Show.
There you go. I'll be back in a second. Thank you, brother.
Let's go to chat over here so I can see it a little bit. How's everybody doing? Let's see. I got my joint here, and we'll fire it up and get busy. I set the fire alarm off earlier. I think somebody mentioned it in chat. My wife's in the other room. She can run in here and say hi. Everybody knows Crispy Wannabe. She could come make an appearance, say hello. I'm stuck in here and talking to the chat. Eagle had to go take care of his dogs. I feel bad holding him for 3 hours, man. I get to rambling and I start talking and I can get long-winded about stuff, but it's fun because we are passionate. And I know there's a lot of people in the chat that was passionate about things. And Cheers, everybody. Chad Westport, Hagerstown, Joe Y, Al the Beastly. Hey, there's the American one, and this is cool, man. This is so cool to be up here and seeing some people like the Weedest, and people were posting my Instagram. Yeah, I got nothing but love for everybody. Blaze Daily. I hope everybody. I'll use this time to do a shameless plug. Yeah, the Weedest, man. That's awesome. But check us out tomorrow on Chad Westport, me and my wife, and he's going to have Uncle Rick and 7DP10, who sometimes is in the chat. There's What About Bob? I seen Gorski, and I don't want to miss anybody. There's Rowdy 420. I talk to Rowdy a lot, usually on the daily. All of our friends at Cocoa for Cannabis, everybody knows here that's like our home base. And I asked all my friends like Crack Babies and everybody to come out and show support and try to help me along, because I was nervous. But man, I've come on here now and had such a fun time talking to everybody and smoking a joint.
It has been fun. They've enjoyed it too. I know you said, yeah, fucking an hour, and I was kind of giggling to myself. I'm like, yeah, I bet I get more than an hour out of you.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Our buddy in chat there, Rowdy 420, he's actually growing. He has this Mac V2 right here. He's been trimming it. He grew it out to flower, and he's been trimming it. And here's my wife. Can you say hi to him?
Hello, everyone.
It's in this microphone right here. Tell him hello.
Hello. It's awesome to be here.
Cheers.
Love the show.
That's awesome. I hope that's all right,
Nice
Eagle.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
If I would have known the connection, we could have did like the team thing. It wouldn't have mattered to me. It's more than welcome. Yeah. So yeah.
We have a hard time.
Cool.
We have a hard time. We're trying to figure out how both of us can talk into it. I'm wearing like a Turtle Beach headset right now. So the only way both of her and I, like tomorrow when we're on Chad Westport, I'm going to just do my phone sitting on the table because our lights will be off during that time. So what I did was I made a little video and they're going to play it and we'll talk about it then. But I figure we'll just set the phone down on the table and both of us kind of talk into it, we'll just not talk over each other. But that's something I got to figure out is like, how can I get a phone jack or some way of having both of us be able to talk? Or is it probably just best to set the phone down? Should I buy a computer that has a really cool system to it and use that way, So, yeah.
For tomorrow's sake or anytime soon, your phone will be all right. It will pick up both of your voices just fine. I've done a lot of, side by side, two people there. Zoom's it usually works out really well. But as you already in mind that you're doing a podcast, it might not be a bad idea to get a decent computer to keep everything backed up on in a mixer to blend the two. That shit's pretty cheap. But again, that shit don't let that deter you. I'm one of them people. Get started. I built my business on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Buy a little something with each job. Same thing with this. One of my favorite. I just mic'd myself up. One of my favorite quotes is from Les Brown. He says, "You don't have to be great to get started. You just have to get started to be great." And that's that's the same thing with your podcast, man. Just get it going and fucking get the things you need as you see you need them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my advice to you.
That makes a lot of sense. We just got this computer, man. But it's a cheaper one. It doesn't have the touch screen. I'm not sure what its capabilities are. And I'm figuring if I want to get serious, I will get a better one. But like you're saying, we can get started here. That's all I really want to do is see how it goes, and it'll grow in its own progression, just like everything else. So, Yeah, man, I definitely want to give another shout out to, or have people visit me on my YouTube channel. I think when I came to this show tonight, I want to say 233 followers, and I'm hoping to make more videos and start streaming there maybe. So if anybody can give me a follow, and same way on Instagram. On Instagram, I'm Real Smot Poker, and they've been posting it in the chat all night. That's freaking awesome. And same with my wife, Crispy Wannabe. She's been in the chat. I urge everybody to follow us together. And we love this community and what we do, and we enjoy this. And as you can see, I sat here and rambled for 3 hours. So yeah, and check
No,
out
it's
Photon
funny.
Pack. Yeah.
I
Go
didn't mean,
ahead.
and again, I don't mean to interrupt you. I told you that in the beginning. Just blow by that. That's just my stupidity that I've left the mic on.
No, no, you're good, man. It just makes it tough. You try to have a conversation like we're both sitting side by side in a room with a little bit of a lag. It makes it hard, so we kind of step on each other a little bit. So definitely there's definitely no need to apologize. And if I do it to you, I feel bad. So I understand. Trust me.
Fuck that shit. This is your hour, man. This is my
Oh,
time dedicated to you, man. And again, I let you know that in the beginning, man. The guest has pretty much complete run of this, man. You guys have from 11:30 to 4:20. That's what's open for the guest. They're
wow.
in control of how long or short it goes.
Cool.
Basically, I'll cut you off. I've actually had people take me till 8 o'clock in the morning, but
Oh
usually
my,
right around 4:20, I'll cut it off most times. But
wow.
yeah,
That's crazy, man. That's a long time to sit there in one spot. And yeah, but um damn, where was I going to go with that? There was something I wanted to ask you. Shit. Now I'm definitely having a squirrel. I had something I wanted to talk about there for a second.
while you're thinking, when I cut in, I wanted to tell you that that Anchor app that I was telling you about earlier, when you're
Yeah,
thinking about how to blend the mics and stuff like that, there's a
yeah,
lot of how-tos and good information in that Anchor app about all
cool.
that shit.
Yeah, that's
Seriously.
cool. Oh, there's something I wanted to put you on the spot, man. Now that I got to be on the Eagle Garden show, does that mean when I come to the chat, I could have a blue wrench?
Uh, yeah, I'll give you a blue ranch. I'll give you a blue
I
ranch.
like the blue wrenches, man. I got one at another show and I felt really cool. I was like, yeah, check this out, man. So yeah, man, the blue wrench. What's the blue wrench about? Now over there, I guess it's just for when those people post bullshit, you can go ahead and click a button and get rid of them of like a bad comment or I noticed there was some earlier in there. And it was those same people. They like hot girls, click here. You get those a lot, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what draws that shit in, but yeah, the mods can dictate what's going on in chat. They can post links. They can time
Okay.
people out. So, I'm not
Yeah.
like a lot of shows. I've seen other shows how they work with that. To me, the wrenches are like an honor system. You know what I mean? You've been hanging
Okay.
out. You fucking
Yeah.
I know that you're looking out for the greater good
Okay.
of
So
the
maybe
community and shit like that. It's almost like the letter,
yeah.
the fucking in high school, almost something like that. A lot of
Yeah.
the other shows, man, they give them to anybody, and it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What
You're right. It
the only thing
devalues
in
it.
the other shows where yeah, it devalues it, and the only other thing that it does is when it shows newbies. You see everybody got a blue wrench and you show up and you ain't got a blue wrench. They're like, oh, look at the newbie. Who's
Yeah.
this? Outcast.
I never thought of
You're not
that.
from around here. You're not
Yeah.
from around here.
It makes it too clicky. You know what I mean? I get it. Well, then, yeah, well, maybe I overstepped. I never looked at it like that. You don't have to give me one. Maybe I didn't make my bones in the chat yet. You know what I mean? And I could totally dig that, man. So, I just
Tonight you earned the pass to Weed Nerd World. Not necessarily rich.
okay. Okay,
I'm just messing with you.
I'll keep chugging along, man. I have no problems making my bones, right? The old wrench.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't know.
No, you made some good points, and I never thought of that, man. Like the whole moderator thing. And if I was to start streaming live to my channel, then I would guess I'd have to make that decision too. And I get what you're saying, and I've seen that where you go in, and there's like everybody's a blue wrench, and you're like, damn, man, well, what did I do wrong? Well, how do I not fit in?
See,
Uh,
that's the way it makes you feel, though, isn't it? Well, I mean, wouldn't you rather just see a bunch of the regular names and a few wrenches than versus tons of blue, and then you're the outcast?
I love seeing all the regular names like St. Bernard's observation booth there. That guy, I should say they follow, I follow them around on Instagram. I see him on a couple of these shows. I don't catch as much shows, especially your show's on late, man. So if it's tough sometimes to make this show, but yeah, like the Weedist and Mike B and the American One and Stony Rockefeller. I see these same names, Ned Denver, over and over, and I learn from these guys. They what about ball? They all put up with me in chat everywhere we go. I ask questions. Sometimes I get answers, sometimes I don't. But I can definitely I enjoy the whole community that comes around, and for sure, yeah. St. Bernard's observation booth. What a name, huh? And he does. He or she has a bunch of St. Bernards that I see him on chat, follow him around. One's name's Pork Chop, I think. So it's cool to get to know these people, man, and then see them on here and have some fun with them and get to show them our gardens and get to see them when they're the guest on your show and shit. So yeah, this is good stuff.
Community's awesome, man. I've got tons of respect for St. Observation Booth, man. He is a very smart individual. I've been trying to get
Yes.
that one on the show for a long time, man. We've
Really?
got some history a little bit, man. We're fucking weed nerds from way back, man. We used to hang out in sub cool chats
Oh, yeah.
long time ago.
That's way
I ain't
before
got
my time.
nothing but respect for that cat. Smiley was that
Smiley.
close from getting him on the takeover there.
Oh,
But nothing yet, man. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for the OGs, man. You guys were doing this way before our time on the computer, like talking and sharing the knowledge, and that's pretty cool to see all the old timers. You guys are the old time. I'm 41, by the way, but you guys are been doing this for a while, and that's cool to pay the way before anything was legal, before the medical, and before a lot. You know what I mean? And so kudos,
You're
shout out
doing
to
the
you guys.
same fucking thing I did. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I'm following your
Michigan was
footsteps.
red before it was fucking medical. You know what I mean? You're doing the
Oh,
same thing I did. Shout out to you for having the balls to fucking
yeah,
do it, brother.
you, yeah, you guys paved the way,
You're the
man.
same pioneer. You said you're the same fucking pioneer. Just a few
Yeah,
years later, but you're in your state, you're fucking an absolute pioneer right now, brother.
trying to buck the system
Goodbye.
and make our own medicine, man. Keep your money and don't spend it for $60 an eighth. That's the message. And don't spend it on bad products like shitty lights or hype products. That's a big important thing. But the chat's going off. With me and my wife are Seinfeld fans, and I can see they're saying Spongeworthy. That's hilarious. You a Seinfeld fan?
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
definitely watched Seinfeld.
okay. So that's a lot of references that you'll see there. But the Chad Westport says he loves the Seinfeld references, and I know that they were on there. If people might be wondering, like, what's the deal? What are they doing? What are they talking about? So I wanted to bring that up. Hell yeah. The chat's always fun, man. That's where I'm a chatter, really, Eagle. That's where I seem to live in all these places. I get nervous coming on here and just for different reasons. And I've had fun and I know it went well. And I feel that, I've represented everything and everybody well that I tried to, and this was a great time. But there's the webcams, people right there again. But yeah, I'm a chatter,
I
man.
actually kind of the webcam thing. I think that's kind of a fucking. You can laugh if you want. I hope you do. I almost look at that as a fucking honor, man. When you've taken time out from your fucking obviously your porn obsession to come check out the show, that gives me a lot of weight. That's what an honor. You know what I mean? When you gave enough to porn to come hang out
Yeah.
with me,
Hey man,
wow.
we ought to start going
Kudos
over
to
to the
you.
porn. We ought to start going over to the porn channels and spamming the spamming our stuff.
That's
See how they
fucking
like it.
hilarious.
Let's go down to
That
where
would
they
be
work and heckle them. Oh, that's
yeah,
funny.
let fucking roll one and put it in that clicking hand. Relax a little bit, Chief.
Yeah, man. Holy. Oh, that's funny. Uh,
So, do you make edibles? Do you make hash? I mean, I don't think we've touched
yeah.
on
There you
that.
go. No, man, that's something I really enjoy. So, we do make hash. We started making hash about let's say 3-4 years ago, about 4 years ago or something. We started out hand mixing it, and we got a lot of contaminants that way, man. I didn't know what was going down, but I was beating it with I was using my plaster mixer in a 5-gallon bucket, and it wasn't that great. And this is a funny thing I've noticed. Some of my friends in Canada, they grew up with hash all over the place. Hash here where I live is unheard of. And back in the day when I was younger, which you know, I guess for me that's the '90s and shit. I didn't really find there was never any hash. Once in a while, someone would come through and say they had some hash, and we'd smoke it. It was like maybe 4 or 5 times, and none of them were impressive. One was called blonde, and just none of them were impressive. So I was curious when I learned what hash actually was. And so we wanted to go ahead and make it, man, and get into that. So we did the first ones by hand and got a lot of contaminants, but we were intrigued. We had some, a few hints of like, damn, that's pretty cool. And we liked the process and everything. So then we bought a washer, and then we started doing it in the winter, keeping everything freezing cold. At our last place, we was able to do it outside. Here, I'll have to settle for the colder, chillier basement. But yeah, get them buckets of water, man, like almost with a glaze of ice across the top of them, and wash our hash. And we use the bubble bags. So I kind of want to upgrade. I've heard that the bags that are all mesh on the side are supposed to be better. I don't know if you found that to be true or not, or how you wash your hash, but hash is something that, I often tell my old lady this, that if we ever got into the market of selling stuff, I think I'd like to make hash and be known as a connoisseur hash person. I just feel like that's something I would really enjoy. And the more we do, the more I want to wash. We've gotten into the fresh frozen, and we got some down there ready to go. But the last two times we got some fresh frozen, and we've really liked that. So it's an evolving thing like everything else. And we got the bubble bag washer, or the bubble bag dude, or whatever the hell it is, washer. And yeah, I plugged that thing up. So I made that mistake. It stops working, dude. You put too much in there, it peters right out. It folds up like a cheap suit, Eagle.
Yeah, I do find the full mesh bags help a lot. Uh, Speeds up the drain time. Well, depends on how much money get into hash. I'd love to make it hash. But yeah, I highly suggest switching over to the full mesh bags. Minimum. Minimum.
So I'd like to take the hash. We like to temple ball it, like kind of the Frenchy way. I gotta say this. Everybody's always saying, watch the Frenchy shows. I love Frenchie, man, and I appreciated everything he brought. I can't understand. I have to watch him in the his accent's so thick that it's hard for me to understand him. So I got to get the I want to go through and watch them, man, with the subtitles on. You know what I mean? And because it's just such a thick accent that a lot of that shit's lost on me. But we do the temple balls and roll them out with a wine bottle. I have a press too in the other room. I have a 6-ton dab press. I kind of got intrigued with the dabs, pressed some buds, pressed some hash, and I kind of fell out of it. I don't know, man, sitting there with a blowtorch and shit. It just felt a little foreign. I'm the type of dude to roll a joint and put some hash in it that's temple balled, nice soft hash. I'll roll it out, lay it in my joints or layer it in a bowl. And as far as that's about as far as we get into like extractions or anything. And then like I said, we infuse coconut oil. We usually use a 1/4 pound, and we're going to use some of that shit that's not cured very well to do some, but you know what they say, good in, good out. But we usually try to use like a 1/4 pound and put that into 2 jars, maybe 3, depending on, and those are 14-ounce jars. And we'll decarb it and then do the whole process of boiling, run it through the cheesecloth, put it in the fridge. I like to get it out, melt it down again, run it through the cheesecloth a second time to get out any extra contaminants and harden it off again. And then we break that up, put it in dropper bottles. And my old lady really digs it, man. She uses it to sleep. We give it to some family members that are, this is cool, man. They used to drink a glass of wine before they would go to bed. And they're in their 70s, Eagle, in a red state, grew up around reefer madness. And we have come to talk them into, I don't want to say talk them into it like it's a bad thing, but we've reasoned with them enough that they were willing to try our medicine and drip some of that coconut oil. And just a couple drops, they said it's much better. They feel so much better the next day versus a glass of wine. And like with us being not able to really spread it around, just those couple little testimonies makes me feel proud and happy and cool that we're able to facilitate that to somebody, you know, especially someone with that mindset growing up, which is nothing against them. That's just how it was, you know.
That's awesome to hear. That's for sure. I'd rather see everybody smoke a little bit of cannabis.
Yeah, they just take a couple drops out of a dropper in the back of their tongue before they go to bed, and they said they feel more lubricated the next day and ready to roll. And unfortunately, one of them did take a couple too many drops one night and said they laid in bed and could hear the crickets really loud, and they had me kind of giggling a little bit, and I felt bad. I was like, I don't ever want to make anyone uncomfortable. You know, that's a quick way to turn someone off, is to have them take too much, because I've done too much edibles, and I know that it can really get you feeling like you're half tripping, man. And you know, that's uncomfortable. No one wants to take it there. At least I don't like doing that. So I definitely don't want to do that, spring that on someone unsuspectingly. So we try to definitely ease people into it, you know, that are willing to try it and take it. And we've had other people that were taking it and now have had to stop because of their job, you know, and stuff. So we've been able to spread the love around, but not as much as we'd like, you know, Eagle. So making the hash is also a nice way for someone like us to be able to store product condensed, you know, in a fashion that I enjoy. I enjoy the temple balls.
Well, one thing I'd like to, talk hash. Keep talking. I love hash. I can.
Yeah,
I have tons. I can talk hash for a long time.
Let's do it, man. Let's do some hash talk.
All right.
I like to learn from you,
Yeah,
man. I like to learn.
I have a couple of episodes, not to like push, you know, content or nothing, so I don't like to do that. But I have made a couple of wash videos. One was a video where I just kind of go through the process of what I'm going to probably talk about with you a little bit, step by step. And it's about an hour and a half video that me and Boone Farms did one last September. We did like a side by side, same machine, different name, which is the same machine. That's a kind of a funny thing too. You can buy the same machine at an off-brand price if you just type in travel washer. It's the same exact machine that Bubble Man, Bubble Dude uses, but they slap a sticker on it and they fucking charge extra $100.
Yes.
But me and Boom did, it was 12 plus hours, I think. He did dry material and he made some modifications to his machine. And I did wet material, wet froze, or fresh froze, wet material. In the same machine, I did less modifications, but different modifications on the drain. He did different
Okay.
modifications on the inside.
See, I'm so
And we washed.
I want to jump in here, man. I have questions, like, because my drain hose is rippled now. Is that something that I should change? Can I
Get rid of that fucker right off the bat. Right off
I'm
the bat.
sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, I definitely have to figure out. I don't know how to take the machine apart. Let me ask you this: would it behoove me to cut that off?
If you want, I've got one video that's private. It's the day before. It's the day before me and Boom washed, or a couple of days before. I said some dumb shit. That's why it's private. I said one fucking thing, and it was something I'll never say on the air again. And I should just go out there and clip that shit out and repost it. But those of you that were there know, whatever. But
well, it's safe with me, man.
If you would like to see it, I'd like to send you. I'll send you the link. Broke down. I actually modified the machine right on air. I took it right a fucking part, and actually, there's several ways how I've progressed, because you can just take the screws off the bottom and it will access that hose. And the best thing you can do for a 5-gallon machine, well, I hard pipe them now. I got rid of that shit. I hard piped it. But you can, get rid of that corrugated hose. The 5-gallon machine's set up a little different. It doesn't have the drain set up that's 20 gallons that I have now.
Right.
Then you need to bypass all that shit too, because it's the same thing. It's corrugated fucking hose in the bottom that's all coiled up on the in and out, and it's just a fucking bacteria. I can't believe Bubble Man or any of them would send that machine out and go, yeah, it's as is. You know what I mean? Because that thing would be fucking dirty and nasty and no fucking time. Yeah, get rid of that corrugated hose. I mean, I
won't use it now until I do, man, because you got me sold. And I've been thinking that. Other people have told me that. You know what I was thinking, Eagle? My mind went to this. Those ripples act like as a gold miner's mat. And as my trikes are coming down there, they're just getting stuck all down through every single ripple.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. And it's a clog factor as well. As things come out, I don't use the wash bag. I let things roll in the machine. So as I'm emptying it became a clog factor too. But more or less, it's a cleanliness thing. You're not going to get in there as best as you wanted to. You're not going to get in there and clean out that corrugated shit. So yeah, the best thing I have found in my years of making hash, the machine that I have out here right now, the one that I modified on the air, is the best design that I came up with in a very long time of making hash. And that's getting rid of the hose completely, hard piping it. And this is the key. If you're going to hard pipe it, because I've hard piped them before. The one before this came out and it did a 90 and exited the machine. As somebody in the trades, I'm sure you know, every 90 in a flow slows things down.
Yes.
So what I did in this machine, instead of coming directly out of the machine into a 90 out, was it came out on a 45 and then came down on that 45, another 45, and then out.
Gotcha.
So it was like a sloping angle.
Right.
And I haven't
gradual.
had not one clog yet.
Yeah, I don't know much about hydrodynamics, but that sounds like it would be the optimal flow to get through there. You know what I mean?
And I glued them portions on, but I leave enough of that hard pipe out. It's like 2 inches that stick out of the machine, to where at that point I put on a ball valve. So, and I don't glue that. I stick it on for cleaning purposes. I just stick it on there and that pressure is good enough. So when I'm
Okay.
done with the machine, I can actually stick something up in that, you clean that with something, and
Yeah.
feel good about putting it up and dry and then the rest of the part. So basically it comes out of the machine to the ball valve and out the ball valve now to a T.
Okay.
So the machine's up on something, comes
Yep.
out, all right, so the machine's up on something, it comes out the machine, you got the ball valve here, and it comes out to a T now. And the T I've learned from so many clogs is if with the hoses, corrugated or not, you're gonna come to a clog at some point where you're gonna have to blow into that motherfucker to clear it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what I've
Yep.
done to alleviate that problem is that T. So as it comes out, it comes up a little bit and then down. And the nice thing about the down is it can goes right to your bucket. You know what I mean? 5-gallon
Yeah.
bucket that catches everything right to
Yep.
there, no mess, no splash. You can shut it off as soon as it's full. Pull the bucket.
Yep.
But if it clogs now, you can. What I do is I take that cap. It runs up about 6 inches, and I've got a loose cap on that. It's not glued. If it clogs, I take that
Okay.
cap off. I put it on the bottom, and I open up that ball valve, and then I blow through. I've never
I
had to
gotcha.
do it though with the
It's
45.
like a
The
side.
90s, I had to do it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You seems like you got it. That I can picture that, and yeah, I'm gonna be looking at that video because that sounds like something that you're using 20 gallons, but it definitely sounds like something to be worth. That hose has got to go. Then I'm definitely doing that. Now, how else? What moving forward there? What else is different here? Like, what's the rest of your strategy there?
Well, on the 20-gallon machine, what Boom did that I didn't do was there's 45 sides. There's in the machines, it's rounded in the front basically, and then in the back, the corners are clipped 45s. And they're part of the actual washing machine because it is an actual washing machine.
Yeah,
That's the funny thing about it. It's exactly the travel washing machine that it says it is.
that you
So,
can
and they
buy.
have little vents in there that are for actual washing,
Mm-hmm.
and they catch material. They went in
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the night. Boone fucking. I watched. He had a nice vortex in his machine. I was impressed. The next day, I ripped mine right the fuck out. Oh, ripped them right the fuck out. When it came time to clean that brand new machine, there was so much material back in there and shit from me not running the bag. And again, I feel like I lose so much in the bag. Get caught
Yeah.
up in there.
Yeah.
It's just, it is what it is. So yeah, that was the next step. I ripped them fucking things out, and the next wash that I did, I was so happy that I did. The vortex in the machine was so much better.
Yep.
Plus. Made cleaning so much easier. That's the other thing too, as far as these two improvements, sped up cleaning by an hour and a half easy because there's
Wow.
no creaks and cracks to get
Right.
into. You can get in there, wipe it down with alcohol, get all the material, and then there's one screw in the bottom that agitates the whole thing. You can
Yep.
take that one screw out, clean underneath that thing, and at that point, there is the drain right there. There's one hole that everything flows out of, and now that this is where the 45 comes in. You can actually take a rag and on a like a bent wire or something,
Yep. I
stuff
can
it
picture
right
that.
through there because it
Pull
pops
it right
up,
out.
right under. Yeah, there's nothing blocking it
Yep.
at this point. You can make sure that area is nice and clean before you
Yeah.
put it away. And before that, like I said, they have there's a again because the 20-gallon, it's an actual washing machine. There's a pump underneath there with all that corrugated shit, and
Yeah.
unless you hard pipe it, even if you just attached it at that point, that pump's still harvarding a bunch of nasty shit. So
Yes.
this, you can bypass all this and get a good drain and make sure your machine's clean every
Yes.
time. That's so important for storage.
See,
It's cleanliness in the machine.
now I want to go down and run a bleach run through my machine, Eagle. It's been down in storage downstairs in the kitchen for a while, since last winter. So I want, and we've
Use
used
bleach.
what's that?
Peroxide. Get some of
Peroxide.
that. Peroxide works really well. A couple runs of peroxide, and even if it's heavy, you know what I mean? Do a couple
Oh, yeah.
rinses that actually kills the mildew and shit in there a lot better. Bleach is tough to get out of the machine, and it actually leaves traces.
Like a residue,
that's
huh?
more harmful. Yeah.
We got the 29% H2O2 here. That should have worked good.
30 in house. You ain't even got to buy nothing. It's right there.
Yeah, no doubt. It's
So
yeah.
there was
So
one last modification if you want to hear.
okay, yeah, I definitely do. I'm interested.
I can drag the machine over. I actually right here.
Oh shit! What have we become?
So yeah, you just started another couple of hours here. So
Oh,
this is the machine now.
Okay.
This is the front side, all stickered up. So
Wrapped in insulation.
Yep, this is a hot water heater insulation, which
Smart.
is it's got a 10 rating on it as far as insulation R value.
Yep.
So yeah, and this helps keep it ice cold for a very
oh.
long time, and that is very
That's
very
neat.
critical.
You did a good job
And
there. It
this-
looks like a handmade cooler, man. And you know what I usually use is one of my old ladies' handmade quilts, man. I wrap that big old quilt around that thing, and then I throw another small one over top whenever we're washing, trying to keep it cool as we can.
Use that out.
But yeah. Ah,
Right
yeah.
away.
Yeah, I
This
see.
is
I
what-
see. You've never had to
and
use that
again,
one though.
You could extend this right down to the bucket.
Yep.
And again, if you want to kind of continue with the hash talk a little bit,
Yeah.
this is other than the switching your bags over to a full mesh.
Right.
This is the other thing that I can a good tip that I'll give you is buckets, stacked buckets help out a lot. So basically,
Okay.
I've got a 20-gallon machine here. I
Yep.
set this up on a nice platform where everything I'm draining into a 5-gallon bucket. Even though I've got 20 gallons here, I'm still draining into a 5-gallon bucket and then dumping it into my stack.
Okay.
So as the stack's working, everything's staying cold in here, but the stack provides a lot for you. And I just grab it. It's right here.
So when you're saying the stack, what you got is the bottom bucket's a whole bucket, and then all subsequent buckets above that are just cut off with the rings only. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So
But the only difference of what you're saying here are the holes. I suggest these two. Just as the full mesh bags work,
yeah.
these work in conjunction. The holes work in conjunction with the full mesh bags. So it's not just trying to drain out the bottom, it's draining out the sides and down as well. It speeds up everything. So one of the other things too is like as your bottom bucket you want to keep with these on it. So you're not necessarily, as you set this on your boards or whatever, your bag's not getting contaminated by setting it on the wood.
I gotcha. Right.
And it provides that heavy if you're using that 25 from trying to slip out because it's slow draining anyway. So yeah, stacks of these, and what this method does with you're created, most of the methods tell you just interstack the bags one at a time. Well, you're only limited to your bag size at that point.
Yeah.
5-gallon bags, you're only limited to working with 5 gallons at a time. Well, if you separate them and do them in a stack like this, well, you've created almost another 5 gallons. So you're actually working with 10 gallons at a time.
I
So
gotcha.
my wash, even in a 5-gallon machine, like the video of the 1 hour and a half video I did making hash, is this set up with a 5-gallon machine. And you can fill that 5-gallon up and wash 3 times basically or more. Wash, dump, wash, dump, wash, dump,
Gotcha.
and then
Yep.
pull. Save yourself a whole lot of time versus wash one, pull that 5-gallons out, do another wash,
Yep.
So that's
That's how I do it currently. So I'm picturing exactly what you say, and that's good tips, good advice.
one other thing I want to say again while the
Yeah.
hash is the Frenchie method.
Yep.
That you were talking to, big fan myself. A lot of shit he done, I do because of it. One of the biggest and funnest things that I take it away from his method, and I don't know if he ever did it, to be honest with you, but I seen an opportunity for it and I jumped on it. So again, I don't know if he ever did it, and if he did it, then great minds think alike. But so you've got the wine bottle tech in the Temple Ball process.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think really cool about the wine bottle tech is the same thing, that when you take it to this point, when you get all your hash the same color. So yeah, as you're pressing it, you're gonna watch it change colors, and it's gonna be like a brindle brown, light brown, as it oxidizes with each roll. I usually stop once I get the consistency all to one color. You know what I mean? I'll repeat that process back and forth till I've got it all one color, and then I'll turn it into my Temple Ball for final storage. But this is even funner though. If you have 10 grams or whatever, 10, 12 grams of some quality hash, and you're going to a special occasion and you want to fucking have a fun joint to smoke. So you do that same process as Frenchie does with the wine bottle tech in the plastic or the baggie, basically. Right. You keep taking it through that step until you get your size of basically a blunt wrap. So you take it out full size of the baggie, and then I fucking throw it in the freezer at that point, and I'll break up my material, and then I'll come out and I just rip that bag right open, and I'll take that fresh pressed blunt wrap and hurry up and roll me up a nice fucking joint out of that shit. And what a great smoking experience that is. You can use a little tinfoil on the end for passing purposes, so everybody's not fingering up that last little bit of ash there. Or you might even be able to find a tip these days. But
wow,
yeah, you will not regret that.
I got to do that. So hey, that reminds me of a quick funny story. Is last winter, my cousin actually went to the local ski resort, got a room, and was hanging out for Valentine's Day, and we was having a good time. And I was like, yeah, man, I got some hash. It's been sitting here for a while. Roll up a couple joints and come up, and we'll hang out. So we did, and we went there, and we're outside. It's like 9 degrees, man. It's freezing, and we're out on a balcony smoking these hash joints. Got them passing around, and I hear my cousin say next to me, he really liked the hash. He's like, "This is great hash. It has a wonderful taste to it, man." And I turned around and looked at him, and here he had it all over his lips and his teeth. It was all over his hands. Here I packed too much in the joints, and we didn't even get to finish them. They got too plugged up at the end, but it was hilarious. I mean, I looked over and he had this shit all over his teeth. So when you mentioned that, that's the first thing that come to my mind. And then you said about the tip, I'm thinking, okay, that does sound pretty sweet, man. The flavors you'd get off of that, for sure.
So I want to throw this in because they have been talking about Seinfeld in chat. I wanted to blurt it out earlier, but I couldn't find the right opening. But one of my favorite episodes of Seinfeld is this time of year. It's the
Mm,
Festivus for the rest of us. It's
yes.
one of my favorite
Oh my
Seinfeld
God.
episodes.
Feats of strength. He's like the airing of grievances. I got a lot of problems with you people, and you're gonna hear about it. Oh, that's the greatest.
That was a great show. I mean, things are a lot different. But when you said, "Do you watch it?" I mean, I haven't watched it in a long time, but back when it was, fresh to the air, fuck, man, we're still talking about three major channels, brother. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, it's
Thursday nights, fucking Seinfeld and Friends. That's just what you did.
yeah,
That was your options.
yep, yep. Oh, Melrose Place or something maybe. That was more for the girls, I think. And that's actually an episode of Seinfeld that he watched Melrose Place, and his girlfriend was a cop. She hooked him up to a lie detector test, and he just blurted it all out. That's good. But me and my old lady have been fans forever, and we've had we used to have some of the seasons on DVD, and we watch it all the time on TV. It's crazy because we know so many lines. We use them in everyday life. And it's just, it turns out to be funny. And it's really cool when other people actually pick up on it and realize what you're saying. So I don't know. I guess it's kind of corny and it's not weed related, but or cannabis related, but it's hilarious the Seinfeld stuff, man. It's good, wholesome fun when you're watching that, and it's classic. It still stands true to today. Those simple scenarios that you get into every single day in your life that we all relate to that shit, man. It's a show about nothing.
It was a good show, man. And I
Um,
guess another favorite is I'm thinking about it was the Elaine dance episode.
oh
I think
yeah,
everybody
yeah.
was horrified.
It was they labeled it a full body dry heave. Oh yeah. And then the following year, when they had that same party, everybody kept asking her, "Are you going to dance?" And then one lady come up and said, "The chefs in the back say if you're going to dance, let them know because they want to come out." And she wasn't too thrilled about that. But hey, before I let you go, Eagle, I know it's getting close to that time. That I wanted to ask you a little quick thing about hash again. Was how do you do you store your hash for long term? And what's the longest you've been able to hold on to some before you toked it down? Because I noticed the change in it. I noticed my hash changes storing it for just like 6 months. Is that something you notice?
I'm not a big cure guy,
Okay.
both with flour or hash. Um, I love it. I love
Yeah.
it. I don't have the ability to put some up for a long term. Last
Okay.
time I made it, I had it was a jar from that last wash that I made of like
Uh
the
huh.
better hash, and it sat right here until it was gone. Every joint just chunk, 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 fucking hash in that joint.
I don't.
So
I can dig that for sure, man.
but as far as like long-term storage, if I'm gonna try to store it for little while, I will take it to the temple ball because I think that's the best way
Yeah.
for it. It's
Yeah.
just so easy. It's already pretty much cured at that point. You've taken it a little further down the line to pretty much CBN, and it's more that full body neurotic. And at that point, I just leave it in the ball. Shit, if you look down my Instagram there, I've got a couple of balls on there that are, I think, like 59 grand balls
Damn.
that just
That's
sit
a
on my
huge ball.
desk. That just sit on my desk, and I with a cheese grater, a little fine microplane, and then just spread that right through the middle of a joint too. But I
Yeah.
smoke that shit, real quickly, as fast as not as fast, but
Yeah. You just not.
I'm not
I got
keeping
you.
it for long term.
Right. It's out
And
for the
again, I'm
taking
kind of
there, man.
the way I operate the grow too doesn't necessarily. I could probably put some shit up. The only time I've really cured something that I can say was like long term put up, I can see a difference in, was fucking when I moved up here. I lost a jar and found it like a blessing when I got down to my roaches and my grow
Oh,
wasn't ready yet. I found
yeah.
it just like it shining like a diamond in the back of this cabinet. And then it was
Uh,
like 6, 8 months and it cured. And it was actually changed my mind about that strain, to be honest with you. It was a
wow.
Sweet Island skunk, or excuse me, it was pure Kush. And when I fucking put it in there, it was like, eh. But when I fucking smoked it when it had jarred up for a while, it was so sweet. It reminded me of a Sweet Island skunk. Really sweet, so good. If I would have known, I could have turned it into like that. And again, I guess that's a fucking when you have to turn it into something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh
Is
yeah.
it really worth? You know, is
Right.
it?
And
If you're
and
counting on another year of
yeah.
storage to make it better, I
No,
guess I
yeah.
did the right thing.
I guess something's off then. But I do want to say that I've mentioned how we've had a few cures that were less than we were less than happy with, and I did notice before that um, we'd have one strain we would be curing, and it would come back in the normal, couple weeks, whatever, 3 weeks. It was pretty nice stuff, man. It was ready to roll according to me, and other stuff just wasn't good. And I'm thinking, shit. So I put it away and kind of, forgot about it or whatever, was going through the other stuff that was better. And when I did go back to it, it had changed in a lot, enough to really surprise me. And I'm thinking, wow, I'm never going to discredit what a little bit longer wait can do. But I see your point is if you have to do that, what's wrong? What did you do? And I guess maybe I look at it as that longer cure kind of probably made up for some mistakes I maybe did at the beginning. I don't want to say made up for, but kind of helped them along and whatever. So I never know how to place that, but you're right. And it was weird though. It was like we left it sit. I want to say that one, and I can't remember. I want to say it was like 8 months, and we just kind of gave up on it after like the 3 month period, and it just sat there. And when we did go back to it, it was an amazing difference. And we ended up, like you said, we ended up smoking all of it. And it was stuff that we had designated to, it's going to get thrown into some oil or whatever. So, yeah, but the curing of the hash, I did notice that, it changed on me at like 6 months. And then even at like a year, it seemed a lot different. And I was reading and hearing about like they make the hash over in there's a guy I follow on Instagram, but Boss 79 or something like that, and they make hash. I think they store it. They want. I think I want to say that it was like 7 years. You probably heard that too, in like the caves before they would want to let it leave the country or something. And I don't know if that was back in the day or if that's still something they do. But I was thinking, man, there must be something to it. And I was also told this, like they're over there hand rolling that stuff, and it seems kind of weird. Well, Frenchie kind of mentioned that even if you were rolling that stuff and you got, say, I know it sounds kind of bad, say if a gnat or something flew in there when you was rolling it, it would kind of get dissolved in there as it aged, just because of the volatility of the terpenes and stuff. And I thought that was all pretty cool and amazing shit. So I've been messing around with, but a lot, like I said earlier, not all of ours always makes it. If it's nice and if we're happy with it, because it's just like anything else. I've had chunks of hash that I wasn't that happy with, which I try not to mix them all together. I don't know what some people do. I think Frenchie was big on mixing some together and keeping some apart. If I remember, I don't know how you do it. You mix all yours together,
In
Eagle?
the end, it depends on the material, to be honest with you. I prefer to keep the 90 and the 73 a little bit separate, but if I'm, it just depends on the material. If I kept it to strain Pacific, let's say, you know what
Yeah,
I mean?
yeah,
Uh, I'll definitely keep it separated, full melt purposes. But a lot of times anymore, everything's kind of mixed together, so I'm not so
yeah.
worried about it. But
Okay.
I definitely keep the 90 and the 73 separate. The 110, the 45, and 25, I'll usually mix together for like a festival, kind of like hash.
Gotcha.
Uh,
I gotcha. That makes
I bet.
sense. Or like a food grade or something you could use later if you wanted to, or if you things. But that's cool, man. I appreciate you taking the extra time here to talk about hash because that's something big that I really enjoy doing it. I want to get better at it. I would like to modify my machine, and I would like to see how people do different. Like, I don't have a freeze dryer. I have no aspirations of getting a freeze dryer. I see some people doing that with their hash, but I just like to temper
So-
ball.
Says the guy with the dryer.
Yeah, it's different though. That's flour,
I'm
man.
just playing with you,
You
bro.
know, that's funny. Yeah, you're right. You got me. You nailed it. But yeah, it's I like doing the hash, so it's going to be cool to maybe try and mess with that machine and get some different shit going. But I'm gonna let you go, Eagle, and get to your dogs, and I can go and I gotta run to the bathroom and get ready to get some
All
sleep.
right. Well,
So
I'll try to do this as quickly as possible.
take your time, man.
We
I just
already
wanted to.
went through that. We already went through the you've earned the right now. The Zoom link that I sent you this evening is
Yes.
the same link for the Weed Nerd Worlds. You
Yep.
have earned the right to come and go as you please. You don't need an invitation. Anytime you want to come on, hang out, smoke, whatever, you're more than welcome. Like I said, you don't feel like you need me to go, hey man, come on tonight. No, it's all dependent to you and your wants. Come hang
Cool.
out whenever you see fit. I see you in chats most night. If we're talking to you, I ain't fucking put that joint down, grab your phone, come hang out, come talk some
Yeah.
shit with us. That's how that works. So that's one thing I'd like to get with you. Get oh fuck, I'm tongue tied. I'd like to get discuss with you before you go. The other
Yeah,
thing
that's
I'd like to
awesome.
get from you is the soundbite before you go. Basically, what I'm looking for, my version is, hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 533. You can put whatever you want before, after that, shout outs. I don't care as long as it's got that in the body. At some point, I will use your shout out, your sound bite for an advertisement for this show. Basically, what I do is let the talk die down that you've been on the show. And then at some point, I'll put it up on Instagram for a friendly reminder to go, hey, go back and check out this episode. So
Ah,
let me get this recorded.
all right.
Anytime you're ready, my friend, I'm ready.
All right. Let me make sure I got this right. You want me to just kind of plug this episode myself? Is that what you're saying?
This episode number, and whatever you want to plug after that. I don't really care.
Okay. So hello everybody. Welcome to fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 533 with Smot Poker. Thanks everybody for joining. I hope you can check us out at Instagram. Damn, Eagle, I screwed up, man. Is this am I supposed to give my shout outs like that or no?
That works. Yeah, I'll take that. It's
No, I
whatever
kind of
you want it to be. You know what I mean? There's no
hey, you got me on the
make it
spot
your
here.
own.
You got me on the spot
It's
here
your
late at night.
signature.
Okay, so can I get a second shot out of here?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I'm ready
Am I the
whenever
first?
you are.
Am I the first person
Oh
to need a
no,
second
Danny
shot?
Danko
Okay.
took 5 times. Danny Danko
Man.
of High Times
Ah,
took 5 times. No,
oh
lots
man.
of people have sex tapes. Don't
Damn.
sweat.
Yeah, because I wasn't expecting that. I remember you doing this now for other people, and I'm having a brain fart here. So I'm going to go ahead and shout out your show and tell them to check out this episode featuring Smart Poker and all the other great episodes, and then maybe I can tell them where to find me and stuff. Is that all right?
Hell yes, and please.
All right. So let me try it again here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. This is Smot Poker from episode 533. I hope you'll go back and check it out along with all the other great episodes. And I hope you'll look me up and give us a follow. You can find me on YouTube at Smot Poker. You can find me on Coco for Cannabis as Smot Poker, and you can find me on Instagram as Real Smot Poker. And again, check out all the great episodes from Talking Shit with Eagle. It's great content, and we show a lot of love here. So thanks again.
Perfect.
How's that,
Thank you,
man?
my friend. That was
No doubt.
awesome. That was really good. I appreciate
awesome.
that, my friend. I've had a great time getting to talk with you, my friend. Hopefully you had some fun. I know I haven't put you too far out. I know you only kind of allotted me that hour, but man, I've had a good time. Hopefully you
Me
have,
too.
and this won't be the last time we see you.
No, man, it went really fast. I can't believe I was able to ramble this long. And yeah, I had fun reading some of the chat when I could. And I appreciate everything, Eagle. And we appreciate the content you put out. And yeah, so yep, I hope everybody comes and checks us out, and look forward to our podcast that we're going to try and get off the ground here. And yeah, we'll see everybody around.
Oh, yeah, I wish you the best luck on that podcast, brother. And if I can give any advice, I'm more than happy. Not that I'm a wealth of knowledge, but if I can help anybody, I'm more than happy to. So thanks again for donating your time, buying us another night of hanging out in the community. I can't thank you enough, and I hope everybody does follow on all the links there. It'll be worth their time, and honestly, it'd be worth their time to check out that show. It'd be stupid not to. With that being said, thank you one last time. It's nice meeting you, Crispy. By the way,
Yeah, shout out to my
hopefully
wife,
we'll get a
Crispy.
chance.
Thank
We'll
you.
get to
Thank you.
meet you as well. So have a good night, and thank you again, my friend.
We'll see you, Eagle. Bye, chat. Grower love.
Peace. For the rest of you guys, thank you for tuning in. I greatly appreciate your time as well. We're too close to that 420 mark, so no Weed World tonight. But tomorrow is another opportunity. Please join me tomorrow night for Mary Jane's Med Gardens. You guys know the deal. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Please take time to do something nice for somebody.